Can you hear me okay?
You do have a little bit of muffled background. Try it again.
How about now?
Better.
I'll get the earphones. I was being lazy in an effort to be on time, or ish.
Okay, Mayor, we are ready to go when you are.
Okay, I'm ready now. Is everyone else ready?
Okay.
Good evening and welcome to the September 21st, 2021 business meeting of the Council of the Borough of Ringwood. Because of the coronavirus emergency, the following provisions shall apply to the conduct of the meeting. Attendance at this meeting shall be limited to essential staff at the Borough Hall, and members of the council will attend via Zoom. The public may also observe and participate in the meeting via Zoom. This meeting is being broadcast live and will be replayed on Channel 77 throughout the week. Just a reminder to council members, please address all questions to the mayor, and in turn, the mayor will address Mr. Klimek or Mr. Heck. Also, for transparency, the public has a right to see all council members visually at each meeting. Remember to state your name before speaking so minutes can be taken properly. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Nicole, statement of compliance, please.
Adequate notice of this business meeting has been provided in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Law, PL 1975, Chapter 231, setting forth the time, date, place, and purpose of this business meeting by consent agenda resolution number 2021-14, adopted January 5th, 2021, through a legal notice published in the Superfund Trends issue of January 10th, 2021, and through notices emailed to the following named newspapers and posted on the bulletin board at Borough Hall on January 7th, 2021. The Suburban Trends and the Bergen Record.
Oh, roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor McCracken?
Here.
Council members Bolton?
Here.
Ferretti?
Here.
Matty Olandis?
Here.
O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Spear?
Here.
Also present, Borough Manager, Director, Department of Public Works, Scott Heck, Municipal Clerk, Nicole Langenmeyer, Borough Attorney, Richard J. Klimek, and CFO, Debbie Buchanan. Tonight, we're going to start with the general public portion of the meeting. Anyone who wishes to address the council will have 3 minutes to do so. Please raise your hand and state your name and address for the record. Nicole, if you could let me know when you hit 3 minutes. Scott, did anyone raise their hand?
Yes, actually, Mayor, you told me that Senator Schepisi may be here tonight, and she is. I would like to bring her in as a panelist.
Okay, that's wonderful. Yes.
Mayor, I also have a written request of someone that would like me to read a statement into the record if possible.
Okay, do you want to read that first before we open?
I can wait till the general comment starts, Scott. Should I do that first, or do you want to have Holly speak first?
I would have the senator speak, and we can always read the comment later.
Okay.
Mayor?
Okay, you want to open a public portion?
I see that Senator Schepisi has joined us this evening, so if you want her to just go ahead and speak, and just unmute yourself and go ahead, Ms. Schepisi.
Good evening, Mayor Schaefer, council members. Thank you for letting me come on. I, over the past several years, have done this with almost every community that I represent. as they try to navigate through affordable housing obligations, and wanted to come on board because I know you guys have been trying to navigate through. And a lot of people don't understand the implications as well as the background as to why communities have to do this. So if you'd give me a little bit of leeway, I'll try to do this as quickly as possible.
Take all the time you need, Senator.
Okay. As you may know, I've been one of the most outspoken members of the legislature for probably the past 9 years, trying to implement reforms to our affordable housing obligations and COA in the state. I come from it with a unique perspective where I've been outside general counsel to the Bergen County Housing Authority in Bergen County as an attorney in my other capacity, helping develop out 100% affordable housing obligations in some of our communities, as well as initially a member of the Assembly and now a member of the Senate, trying to codify different ways that we do this. As you're aware, all of our communities in New Jersey, pursuant to a series of legal cases known as Mount Laurel, were forced to provide various affordable opportunities based upon historic segregation and different issues. As a result of those court decisions, a legislative solution was put in place with an entity known as COA, the Council on Affordable Housing. Unfortunately, about 6 years ago, COA was disbanded as there were cases that were going up to the New Jersey Supreme Court that people had thought would possibly, make some of these obligations go backwards or not be as robust. And so there were litigations that took place over a series of 20 years with municipalities fighting back. During this period of time, the New Jersey State Supreme Court issued a ruling which pretty much said that it had to go back to the legislature and we needed to implement legislative reforms to put forth reasonable opportunity for affordable housing in our communities. I have been the only person who prime sponsored all of those legislative initiatives since that court ruling. And essentially, with championed plans to fix New Jersey's affordable housing crisis, and unfortunately, it's had little interest from the legislature in moving it forward, particularly my counterparts on the other side of the aisle. The current method, the courts themselves have indicated that they don't want to have to be the arbiters of this. They want the legislature to do their job, to come in and to implement reforms and pathways moving forward. Because the legislature refused and failed to do that, what ended up happening is every single municipality, including your own, got forced into these settlement conferences, judicial things, and had to negotiate with a nonprofit organization called Fair Share Housing, which was essentially given the same power as a governmental entity by the courts and by the New Jersey legislature. Fair Share Housing Center is the only entity in the entire state overseeing affordable housing obligations. So they were made this third party in every municipality's obligation, not only getting legal fees, not only being able to force settlements, but putting a proverbial gun to every municipality's head. There are certain municipalities in the state that objected, who fought it, who had the best legal teams in the state saying, we will fight this to the death, we'll fight it on environmental issues, we'll fight it on overdevelopment issues, we'll fight it on our schools not having the capacity to have all these additional residents. And they got slaughtered in the courts. West Windsor is an example of one of those communities, and most recently in Bergen County, Englewood Cliffs. Englewood Cliffs has spent millions upon millions of dollars in legal fees and is being sued right now once again because they took their affordable housing settlement to trial. They were ordered to provide construction of a 600-unit complex on Sylvan Avenue, which was a Unilever site. And they've also been ordered to provide, in addition to that 600 market rate units, 347 units of affordable housing on top of it. Saddle River, which is another community that I represent that quite candidly makes 0 sense to build affordable housing in it. There's no public transportation, there are no jobs, there's nothing there. And they had to just agree with the developer who's knocking down Rosie O'Donnell's house to build affordable housing. And as part of their settlement agreement, they have an unfunded mandate where there are no sewer systems in Saddle River, and the municipality is now obligated to pay for that cost for connection of the sewer systems and everything else, which could be several $1 million that the municipality is going to have to bond for and do. I have worked with communities that I represent to try to identify parcels of property that the municipality could go and buy and bond and try to dictate their own destiny by building 100% affordable housing. It worked in certain areas and then almost ended up being a disaster in others. HMFA, which is a housing mortgage finance agency for the state of New Jersey, has a limited pool of funds that is very competitive that pretty much every developer as well as municipality of the state is competing for. The way it gets funded and is kind of surreal is 60% of all of the projects must be in urban areas, leaving only 40% of the funding in HMFA for all of the suburban communities. Now, the urban areas in our state have no affordable housing obligation. So Jersey City, by way of example, in a 10-year period issued close to 300,000 building permits. Out of those 300,000 building permits, you had maybe a handful of affordable housing that was built. Under the co-obligations, under the affordable housing interpretation, 60,000 units of affordable housing should have been built in Jersey City. Because Jersey City does not have this obligation, their 60,000 units get chopped up and spread to areas such as Ringwood, and Ringwood now has the obligation of Jersey City. However, to build the 100% affordable housing that would, mitigate what you guys would have to do, a majority of that money is only allocated to the urban areas that don't have the obligation. So it ends up giving private developers all of these additional incentives and millions of dollars to build really luxury housing in these communities where we're all fighting over the remainder. And it's become an incredibly difficult process to get that money. The towns that have entered into settlement agreements with Fair Share Housing, where they have taken on the obligation saying that we will develop 100% affordable housing in the community, are now finding themselves in an untenable position of having to actually bond for and pay for the entire construction costs after they have failed to receive funding through the Housing Mortgage Finance Agency. So some of our communities are now finding themselves on the hook for $15 to $20 million to build a 60 to 80 unit project in their communities that is 100% affordable. So I know that you have some really difficult decisions that you've been grappling with. And so you're aware the legislative initiatives that we have tried to move forward and we've introduced over the past several years to bring relief including shifting the obligation from municipalities such as Ringwood to the state. And it would set uniform rules for affordable housing and create predictability and prevent overdevelopment. So if you're a community that's in Highlands, if you're in a community that really doesn't have available space, if you're in a community that your school district is already at capacity, we could do smart planning and incorporate in cities like Jersey City, Hackensack, places where there's robust public transportation, where there's robust opportunities for jobs to provide that. We have proposed legislation to eliminate the builder remedy suit. For those who don't know it, the builder remedy suit is a legal action brought by developers to force massive residential development. That's where you're hearing projects from Avalon Bay and different developers that are coming into a place like West Windsor and being allowed to build 1,000 to 2,000 unit complex with a minuscule portion of affordable housing, oftentimes only 10%, but can do it because of this builder remedy suit. And it puts the builder's interest over the public welfare by increasing school-related costs, requiring infrastructure improvements by the municipality. Municipalities are having to bond for and pay for water, sewer facilities, roadways, and it promotes sprawl. So it generally quadruples housing, costs millions of dollars to the taxpayers and to the municipality, all under the auspices of affordability. We've also introduced legislation to ensure municipal zoning sovereignty, providing municipalities with the defense against unfunded housing mandates to stop additional development by focusing on redevelopment of existing properties for the opportunity for home ownership. It also included provisions to reject any developments that would increase housing stock in your community by more than 5% in a 10-year period. Some of the towns I represent, which are very small communities, are finding themselves with maybe a population of 8,000 or 9,000 people in total. 3,000 housing units in the community are now having to approve 600, 700 new residential units, all because of affordable housing. Montville's one example of it. They had to settle at 615 new residential units, with only 100 of those being affordable. The town I live in, we had bought and preserved 2 of the 3 golf courses in our town. We actually went out, we bonded, we bought contiguous properties. We went out, we built 100% affordable housing. We were told we were done. And in the newest round, we got hit with several hundred affordable housing units where they settled out and allowed for a 250 unit townhome development to be built on a portion of one of the golf courses. And that only includes a 10% set aside of 24 affordable units. And that was after 7 hearings. Old Tapan, which is another very small community, had to just approve a 229 unit mixed use residential retail development on a 19-acre former Pearson education site, and has been hit with additional obligations on top of that. And in the worst case scenario, Emerson, which is one of the towns that I represent, the court went so far with fair share housing as to force eminent domain of private businesses, and the court upheld it to allow a private developer to actually come in and do eminent domain. They lost 7 of their businesses in order to just get 29 affordable housing units. And they've continued to litigate it. They've continued to fight it. But that's going to have 147 market rate apartment units, 14,000 square feet of retail space for only 22 affordable units. And that was with, forcing the town to do acquisitions of private property to do it. So it's something where until the legislature steps up and actually does its job and puts forth some of these reasonable bills that have been put forth, one of the bills would enable a community such as Ringwood to take into account environmental considerations in order to be able to, mitigate what they would have to provide. We were told that that would be deemed unconstitutional and that we could never move it forward. So right now we require and we're pushing for independent bipartisan authorities to determine housing obligations based upon a statewide need, not by a town basis, and a constitutional amendment to require that all future affordable housing decisions get made by the legislature and not the courts, and not by a nonprofit organization that's taking money from developers as well as from our municipalities while forcing this overdevelopment. So I just wanted to be able to kind of speak a little bit about the background, knowing that, it's not an easy thing for any of our communities to have to do this. And there's a lot of backlash, and understandably so, because nobody understands it. I'd say 90% of my own colleagues in the legislature don't even understand it. So I've been asked to go all over the state, talk to communities, talk about what we can do moving forward. And it really is going to necessitate a legislative push. I have a card in my pocket that I'm utilizing right now with the Murphy administration, where I've refused to sign off on certain things until and unless we actually legislatively fix some of this moving forward. But it's going to be something that's going to be for the next round. And people don't understand that within 3-4 years, all of our communities are going to be faced with having to do an additional round of these obligations. And so whatever can be done right now to mitigate, to stop future rounds, showing that you've actually complied and done what you need to do, will actually protect you in the long run.
Mayor, this is Councilwoman O'Keefe. I want to thank Senator Schepisi for joining us. I would like to know if she'll take questions.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Just give me a moment. Thank you, Senator. Would you mind taking some questions from council members?
Not at all.
Okay, Councilwoman O'Keefe.
Yes, Senator Schepisi. You mentioned a number of towns such as Saddle River, Englewood Cliffs. None of these towns are located 100% in the Highlands Preservation Area. Ringwood is unique in that, with only 5 other municipalities being located in the Highlands Preservation Area. I know our neighbors in West Milford really seized on this to make sure that we could fight this tooth and nail. You said you've been working with towns. What have you done with Ringwood to fight this mandate?
I've actually been speaking with the mayor and some of the council members who reached out asking for help and what should they do. Oakland is probably, a very comparable community where, portions of Oakland are in Highlands. You had significant issues with respect to maximum capacity for water, for sewer, and Oakland had fought it. Oakland had what they thought successfully fought about a decade ago, a builder remedy action. They had it before the DEP. It can't be built. There isn't capacity. It's protected area. We don't have the sewer systems. We don't have this. We don't have that. DEP a couple of years ago and the courts reversed the decision, and it is now forcing Oakland to actually build and enable that building to take place. We have other areas that I represent that are extremely flooded communities that have gone out and had to utilize significant Blue Acre funding in order to acquire properties to return them to their natural state because of the environmental considerations taking place within those communities. Shockingly, I introduced legislation that would give a pro rata reduction for any community that is flood prone, that is utilizing Blue Acre money to restore things back to their natural environment because there is no capacity for anything to be built in those communities. I was told it was unconstitutional and that we could not do it. So I have communities that have literally gone out and purchased millions upon millions of dollars worth of properties, taken them off their tax rolls, and then been forced, pursuant to the settlement agreements and fair share housing, to build a 200-unit complex 3 blocks away. So while I think that Ringwood does have some very good arguments for mitigating and to stopping future development, the problem is if you have any place within your community that can be built upon, the courts and fair share are going to force that to take place.
Thank you. One of the things that you just mentioned is that you've been working with our mayor and some of our council members. When did this partnership begin? Could you clarify?
It's not a partnership. It's pretty much no different than any other community where my office would get a call saying we're facing this issue. You know, what's going on with your legislative initiatives? What's going on with the state? And can you just give us any information about what's taking place?
Okay, a year time frame, like 2017, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2020.
I'd say probably throughout the past several years, I've gotten calls, here and there, from pretty much every town.
I understand, and I'm sure you have, and I really appreciate the fight that you've been doing to fight this mandate, Senator Schepisi. I agree with you 100% that it shouldn't be enforced on communities. One of the things that our planner told us in 2017 is due to the proximity of Ringwood 100% in the Highlands Preservation Area that we could fight this tooth and nail. However, I didn't see you or our town take up that fight. Instead, I saw a different approach, one where we immediately rushed to find a way to appease this mandate. And it's cost the town hundreds of thousands of dollars. And honestly, I think that we could have fought this tooth and nail. And I wonder why, were you ever asked to really go to bat to make sure that since we're 100% in the preservation area, that we wouldn't be forced with this mandate?
I have had inquiries made. I have done research on it. I've taken a look at, the legislative initiatives that I've proposed, which specifically focus on environmental considerations. And the feedback that I've received from the state that unfortunately, notwithstanding, everybody standing up saying we're the most environmentally friendly state, that we want to do this, we want to do that. Even our staunchest environmental groups have refused to step up to the plate and assist with communities such as Ringwood, which are in Highland preservation zones, to actually help in that fight. And I've spoken with the Sierra Club, I've spoken with the Conservation Trust, I've spoken with, what's the name of it? Food and Water Safety. I've spoken with every single one of those groups, asking them to step up to the plate and help me in communities such as yours to fight back against this. And they've all taken a powder. They've all refused to participate and have said they're going to have to battle it out in the courts. Now, if you want to battle it out in the courts, you've got to be prepared for a multi-million-dollar fight and potentially have something happen like happened in Oakland and happened in some of the other communities that thought that on the environmental issues that they were going to escape this. Unfortunately, there is not one town right now in the entire state of New Jersey that I can name that has fought, that has had the best attorneys in the entire state, sometimes out of state, that have thrown everything that they have at fighting against this, that has managed to win in the courts.
Senator Schepisi, one of the things that our neighbors up in West Milford have done is the state says that we have to do this mandate. The Highlands Council says we aren't able to build. They haven't spent a penny fighting this. They've let those two of them fight that out. That's something that we as a town could have taken that position. I think
Councilwoman
wonderful
O'Keefe,
to
can I
come,
ask you a
but-
question? So
Certainly.
no development whatsoever, no reconstruction, no building at all can take place in Ringwood?
Well, that was what the Highlands had said, that we couldn't build. And
Anything.
the only place that you can do it is in the redevelopment zones. But none of our property owners, no builder other than one who had unbuildable land, ever approached the town for an opportunity to do this. Because to your point, Ringwood doesn't make a lot of sense for affordable housing, given the fact that we have no transportation, we have no job opportunities, similar to what you've described to other rural areas.
See, a crucial,
That are other- That's okay.
a crucial point that's being missed, I think, in this is if there's any portion of your community that is still developable, they will utilize that and tell you, you've got to go up. So we've had communities that have preserved hundreds of acres of open space that legitimately did not have any sort of developable land that should have been, able to have complied with this. And they were told that in the middle of a residential zone, that 2 homes could be purchased and now have several hundred units forced to be put in that middle of a residential section. So if you have a redevelopment zone, if you have houses in an area of Ringwood that are potentially outside of that total preservation zone, the way the courts have ruled, the way the fair share has come in is they go, we don't care. Build up, build 6 stories, build 5 stories. And some of our communities that were heavily preserved, including farmland that had been acquired by Green Acres, properties that can't be built upon for any sort of reason because of C1 classifications, they've said, okay, fine, you can't build right there, but we're going to force you to build over here. And that's happened in, and granted, not all the communities are highlands, but you're talking about real significant environmental considerations that you otherwise couldn't have built on, that they're still forcing it.
Again, you're comparing apples to oranges. The majority of your municipalities are not located in the Highlands. Only 5 municipalities are 100%.
Right, but almost every community I represent has C1 classified waterways, has preserved open space, and had no developable land left.
Senator Schepisi, you said you've worked with communities to buy and bond properties so that they could be developed. We had a property on the market, 127 acres. It was the old convent that was on the market for a long time, 10 years almost. Did you do any work with the town to see if we could buy and bond for that property so that we could turn that, which has already been approved for 64 septic units or for housing? Did you do any work with the town on that property?
Well, I did provide them with background on the costs associated. The Passaic County Housing Authority is much different than the Bergen County Housing Authority.
Yes.
The Bergen County Housing Authority has an actual development corporation, and that's what they do. They go out and, the community has to go out and bond and buy the property, own it outright. And sometimes that costs in excess of $5, $6, $7 million for some of our communities. The Housing Authority in Bergen had entered into contracts with those municipalities to be the developer of those projects. Where some of the municipalities have fallen into trouble is that, the Housing Authority is competing against a wide variety of people to get those tax credits. And it's an incredibly complicated, convoluted process to get them. You get ranked and scored based upon where you fit with other projects throughout the state. You have to provide public transportation to the projects. You have to show that they're within walking distance of, supermarkets or something like that. and you need to put certain financial obligations behind it. So what's ended up happening is certain of the projects that at the Bergen County Housing Authority had entered into with some of these communities, they got rejected. One of them was Upper Saddle River, which I do represent. Upper Saddle River almost found itself on the hook for almost $18 million in bonding on top of the acquisition costs that they had already done, to be forced to actually have to build the project themselves and pay for it. We ended up having to do 2 years of appeals in order to be able to get funding for that particular project. And Upper Saddle River was still on the hook for a couple of $1 million in order to do it. So it's something where, I don't know anything about the Passaic County Housing Authority. I know that, most of their projects are focused on the urban communities rather than the suburban communities. So I can't, speak to the specifics of that particular parcel and whether or not it would even have fallen into, the criteria to get the 100 points that would enable the town to be eligible. But it's something where it's an incredibly complex procedure. And in some of the towns, it's taken 7-8 years to actually get approvals to be able to do it that way.
So this isn't an option that has been explored by the town and yourself.
I don't know if it was or it wasn't. I represent 23 communities. I can't speak to every project that has been evaluated over a decade. I'm just speaking more generally about my experiences in helping other communities evaluate it. There's a risk profile that, you have to acquire that property, not knowing whether or not you'll ever be able to get the funding to do it. And for the settlement agreements, you need to prove that you have the funding in place.
Thank you, Senator. Councilwoman O'Keefe, I'm going to stop you for a second and see if there's anyone else on council that has any questions for the senator.
Mayor, may I address the senator?
Sure, thank you.
Senator Schepisi, thank you for your input this evening. One of the things that is interesting that just came up was what you were talking about, which is basically there's a memorandum of understanding between the Highlands Council and COA at the time. And something when I started doing my own investigating and research that stuck out was that there's a line that actually says, whereas the Supreme Court additionally opined that we emphasize here that our concern for protection of the environment is a strong one, and that we intend nothing in this opinion to result in environmentally harmful consequences. We are, however, convinced that meeting housing needs is not necessarily incompatible with protecting the environment. And I think that that is very important to highlight, that there is that memorandum and those things have been said. So thank you for that, because it kind of...
Towards that, one of my bills that seemed to be the most common sense bill that I begged my colleagues in the Democratic legislature to move forward was a bill A1648. And that forced the state and the courts to give primary consideration to one, a municipality's current population size and what was being proposed, infrastructure, water and sewer capacities, environmental considerations, school class sizes and school services, impact of municipal services such as volunteer and staffed ambulatory services and fire departments, public transportation and traffic. It seems to be very reasonable planning considerations that you would think would need to be taken into consideration in developing out these sort of projects. I had probably 30 sponsors of the bill, and the majority refused to move it forward. So these are the sorts of things where if you're having to legislatively address this, because the courts have specifically taken these things out of consideration, enforcing these settlement agreements, it's really playing Russian roulette for a lot of our communities to just decide to fight it out in court. And believe me, as a lawyer, I want to fight this stuff to the death. And I'm already speaking with communities about utilizing the new census data that just came out to try to gut the entire original premise of Mount Laurel and show that most of our communities, particularly in Passaic and Bergen, have organically hit the racial components that the entire decisions are predicated upon. Bergen County, under the new census data, is only 50.1% Caucasian. 49% of Bergen is now, mixed race of every different type of demographic. So I think that moving forward, if we can't get legislative fixes on this, we may have new arguments to make, but that's going to have to be for the next round as opposed to the current round. And the communities that have gone out and really fought this tooth and nail, unfortunately have really been harmed by the courts.
Senator, what happens in the future in the next round? What does that mean?
So there's never been enough. So communities that had been compliant, communities that had done what they are supposed to do, it seems that every couple of years, different communities get targeted by Fair Share Housing as to, you're the next one on the hit list, and we're going to come in and force you because you have a defunct strip mall, or you have a corporate headquarters that has moved out of New Jersey, and now you have this building available that is not zoned for, that was never intended for high density housing. And because we view it as a developable lot, we're going to make you put in 400, 500, 600 units on that space. And that's what we've seen in communities like Park Ridge and Montvale, even Oakland with the environmentally protected area being forced to do it. And some of my communities were given a total pass this go round. Some of my communities were hit where they've had to actually increase potentially the number of households in their community by 33% on one building project.
Senator, Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Yes, Senator, good evening. Richard Klemak, Borough Attorney.
Hi.
Thank you for your remarks. I do appreciate them. Just to reiterate some of the issues in Ringwood, our proposed settlement before the courts now is 36 to 44 affordable units to be located on already developed shopping areas, so there'll be no environmental impact in the sense of tearing up virgin property, disturbing streams or wetlands. Now, as I said, that would be spread over 30 acres, and it would be mixed use. It would be retail and affordable housing. Using the 4-to-1 ratio, it'd be approximately a total number of 200 units. But as I said, already on developed property, which comports with the Highlands regulations. We agree with the Highlands regulations that undeveloped property should stay undeveloped to preserve the water, et cetera, of our community. But there should be a few more exceptions than there are, but we generally agree with it. That's why we're restricting our plan, and Fair Share has signed off on it, by the way. We're restricting our plan just to those 3 developed areas. That's 2 shopping centers, okay, on Skyline Drive, and another shopping area on Greenwood Lake Turnpike, okay? Any development would be the cost of the developer. If a treatment plant has to be expended, that would be at the cost of the developer. We've structured it so the municipality doesn't have the cost. The municipality may have some smaller upfront costs, which would be reimbursable, but any cost of construction development would be entirely up to the developers. While we're doing this, we have another developer who has their own plan also before the court. So there is a competing plan, which we are not in favor of. Okay, but that plan is competing. But one of the key elements is, and we agree with you, Senator, that we're under court pressure. Okay, we respect the mandates of the courts. If the Supreme Court rules that every municipality has to provide for some fair share, we certainly are going to abide by. We're law abiding, so we will abide. Okay. However, I think Fair Share came up in the litigation in Middlesex County with over an allocation over 200, I think 215 units of moderate, of low and moderate for Ringwood. And as you see, we've worked it out with Fair Share. I think they understand the environmental issues, which are foremost. That's why we're restricting it to already developed property. So no soil is disturbed. Okay, no trees are cut down. No habitat is disturbed. So we're very, very sensitive on that issue. But I'd like to talk about your legislative, and I think that's key. If this could be moved back to the legislature, okay, where all the various interests, including ours, have a say and compromises, and as you know, the usual trade-offs are made, and there's a wider understanding of New Jersey's issues. As you said, even with the new census, that may have an impact. I think that is the key. I agree with you, and I think most of the members of the council do agree. This should be in the legislature. Judges should not be under the strain and stress of determining the future of every municipality. That is a tremendous obligation, a tremendous burden that they have. They're honorably accepting it. I think the judges act in good faith, and they want to carry out the laws mandated by the Supreme Court. But we do appreciate your efforts, especially for the next round, to get this into the legislature. And we're all the people. The legislature represents all the people. Let the people say how affordable housing should be conducted throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from council?
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, Mr.
just a point of clarification, and thank you, Senator Schepisi, for the time and your efforts. Just in terms of the units that we're talking about in Ringwood,
Right.
if I'm correct, Mr. Klimak was referring to the units that would be developed under the proposal, but not our actual full obligation. So it's not that our obligation came down to 30 to 40 units. That's how much this development would address, but the obligation is 215 durationally adjusted until we have sewer and water capacity. Just to clarify that the obligation is not down to 40 or so units. Is that correct, Mr. Klimak?
It's partially correct. Any increase over what we've agreed with Fair Share would depend upon an expansion of sewer and water into unsewered territory. The likelihood of that is very remote. And in fact, if you think about it, where would you even have that property where it's realistic? So I think our settlement is a realistic settlement, given all the pressures, given what's happened in other towns. As the senator said, other towns have spent vast resources fighting. In the end, Fair Share has a powerful. They're powerful. They're smart. They have a powerful mandate from the Supreme Court behind them. They're in a very enviable position, and they've scored important victories. But to their credit, they've also have open minds. They had an open mind with us. I will admit that there was some hard trading going on back and forth. But in the end, this is a fair settlement. Given all the issues, you know, in a settlement, as judges always tell us, the best settlement is when everybody is a little dissatisfied. If somebody is the happiest person in the world with the settlement, that means there was a terrible loser in this case. Okay, we didn't get 100% of what we wanted. Nobody got 100% of what they wanted. But what you do is you work it out, and we think, our planners think, the attorneys we have, the outside attorneys who are special in this, think this is an excellent settlement. The town will gain by it. We'll have mixed use housing and retail. We'll freshen up the shopping centers, give more opportunities for people to have different choices, live in. And remember, we have 4,100 single family homes in Ringwood. If these developments go through, we'll add 200 multifamily. We will not change the character of this town. We will not put these apartments or condos, whatever they might be, in residential zones. They'll be in the zones that we have we have designated. As I said, people can disagree with us. You're entitled to disagree. Okay, that's your constitutional right to disagree with us. But we think under the circumstances, this is the best. This is a positive for the borough.
Sure.
One of the
So-
craziest parts about all of this is there is no central database being maintained by the state or by DCA as to any of these settlement agreements that municipalities have been forced to enter into. I and my office have independently started to aggregate throughout the entire state what the obligations of every community is. One of the legislative initiatives that we put forth would direct DCA to establish an online database of all affordable housing settlement agreements and other declaratory judgment actions in this state so that we could actually see what's taken place and get a sense as to, from a statewide perspective, whether or not we have to continue mandating this. And we could be on this for like 5 hours just talking about the entire premise behind it and, the concept, which is supposed to try to break generational poverty and lift people up and provide opportunity and a whole host of other things. The craziest part about the settlements and what's going on in the state is we may have over 600,000 new units of housing that have been forced pursuant to these settlement agreements in just the past 3 to 4 years. And out of those 600,000 units of new housing, less than 5% of them are actually for sale units. So we're actually perpetuating a constant bad thing of people never being able to have home ownership and instead just having massive rental units throughout this entire state, a majority of which the rents are beyond most people's capacity to offset the cost of the affordable housing component of it. So it's actually created a further schism rather than do what was ideologically intended behind this. So it's a totally broken system. You guys are trying to come up with the least worst outcome for your community in a situation that is really intolerable for almost every community that's been forced into it. And your attorneys being very kind and saying they've been reasonable and everything else, maybe in Ringwood they have been, but there have been other communities where it's been beyond unreasonable with unfunded mandates that fly in the face of what the legislation says. I mean, it specifically states that municipalities should not have a financial obligation. Many communities have ended up with millions of dollars of a financial obligation. You're not supposed to be able to utilize eminent domain for private entities to do this. Municipalities are being forced to allow private entities to be able to do eminent domain. And so it's something where until and unless the legislature does its job, it's kind of this wild, wild west. And really a crapshoot as to what judge you get, how fair share is going to interact with your community on any given day of the week. So I tell all of the mayors and council, thank you for your service. And, I would never want to be on your side having to make some of these decisions. And it's the worst of government. Because on top of it, you're negotiating settlement agreements, you're in court proceedings, you're being counseled that you can't have open public conversation about this stuff and it'll jeopardize what you're doing. And, it's something that leaves you all in a very untenable position.
Thank you, Senator. Does anyone else, Councilman?
Mayor, if I just,
Yes.
one more, please. And this has been a wonderful surprise, Senator. I wish I had more questions for you, but I think you had mentioned Oakland as one
Right.
of the towns that you represent that went through this, and some of the development that was forced. Did that include the any kind of forced sewer development? Was Fair Share a part of that in Oakland, or was that another community that you were referring to?
That was in Oakland. Hold on, and I'll pull up the exact information about it because I want to be accurate in answering your question. Yeah, so the New Jersey Supreme Court okayed and overturned an appellate decision. So it was in the protected highlands, and it was a townhouse development that despite the environmental protections that were enacted to protect such land in the New Jersey Highlands, in a unanimous decision, the justices said that Governor Christie's administration didn't err when it approved permits for over 200 homes. And that was after a nearly 3-decade battle over the forested land. And so there was an appellate panel determination that a developer was allowed to bypass the restrictions put in place by the Highlands Act to protect key drinking water to be able to do it. So, these are some of the things that, and I think that went back to all the way 1987. And the owners had originally sued to, I think, build 700 units on that site under affordable housing. And Wayne objected, Oakland objected. It was a cliffside development. There was runoff concerns and real runoff concerns. There was wetlands, there were protected barred owls. There was a whole host of different environmental considerations that should have stopped it. And the Highlands Act had placed severe restrictions on it. And DEP had, like 4 or 5 years after, had actually blocked the development from being able to move forward. And they, and Wayne came on board and objected as well, saying the homes would draw too much water from the Ramapo River, destroying critical habitat, and that there wasn't the capacity, and that it was, against both DEP, Highlands, and everything else. And the DEP in the settlement agreement with the developers actually reversed course.
Thank you. And they had to put sewers in as part of that?
I don't recall if they had to put sewers in on that one. I know sewers had to be put in both Upper Saddle River and Saddle River pursuant to their settlement agreements. I don't recall off the top of my head if Oakland had to as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else has a question?
And if anybody has a question after this, let me give you my office number and please reach out. It's 201-666-0881. And I'll repeat that again. It's 201-666-0881.
Thank you, Senator. It was a pleasure having you tonight, and thank you for all your information.
Thank you. And thank you for having me. And for Scott, for Richard, Mayor, Councilwoman O'Keefe, Councilman Bolton, Jamie, anybody who's on here, if you have subsequent questions, if you have ideas, reach out to me and I'll try to come up with any sort of solution that's plausible to help you out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Good evening.
Have a great evening. I'm gonna go home and be mommy now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Mr. Heck, is there anyone else? I'm sure there is. You're muted, Scott.
Sorry. Yes, we do have a few people in public portion.
Okay.
Ms. Martino, if you can unmute yourself and just state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Patty Martino. I'm at 135 McGee Road. The reason I'm on tonight is because of an Airbnb that's right across the street from me. We've been dealing with this all summer. Loud music, obnoxious garbage all over, no recycling, just not feeling safe in our own homes. And I've been here for probably 40 years. Neighbors have come down and talked to me, asking me, what can we do? Why do we have to put up with this? This is a residential area, and they are promoting events with many, many people. I can't give you exact numbers. I didn't sit out here with a pad and writing it down. But again, lots of noise, lots of foul language, and traffic up and down all night long. 4 o'clock in the morning, fireworks, not just till 10 o'clock. We've called the police. They have tried to come over and help us out and talk to them, to no avail. That's why I sent emails. I know I sent one to you, Mayor, and to Scott, because I don't feel safe in my own home. I should not feel that way in Ringwood. We have to get rid of short-term rentals. We have to get rid of them. Not fair to the people who live here 24/7 for someone to come in and bring in hundreds of people in. And it has been party buses. It has been cars in and out. If you look on Instagram, you'll see all kinds of ads on being charged to get in there. That is not residential, is it?
No.
Okay. So everyone in my community, I think, has asked for help with this. I'm sure there's other people that are on here that also want to speak. And I appreciate you bringing an ordinance up this quickly. I really appreciate that. That's the town I live in, the town that cares about their people. So we really need to get this through, because we cannot put up with this all through the winter.
I feel your pain and I agree. So it will be discussed this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Pat.
you.
Thank you. I'm going to mute.
Mr. Heck, anyone
Yep,
else?
yep. There she's coming. Jennifer Shu, there you go.
Okay.
Hi, Jennifer Shu at 205 Lakeview Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Green Team. We are collaborating with the Ringwood Manor Association for the Arts and the artist Kate Dodd in the Found Art Project. And so I would like to invite the community to come and view Kate Dodd's installation, which is on view at Ringwood Manor and will be on view until November 21st, 2021. There will also be a juried exhibition, which will open on Saturday, October 9th, and will extend to Sunday, October 16th. There will be an awards ceremony, which will be at 12 noon on Sunday, October 10th. And there will also be a free workshop for anyone on Saturday, October 9th, and that will be conducted by Kate Dodd. Both the exhibition and the workshop are open to participants of all ages and artistic abilities, and there will be cash prizes for children and adults who participate in the juried exhibition. The Found Art Project is funded by grants from Sustainable Jersey and the Passaic County Cultural and Heritage Council. So I do invite the community to participate in our juried exhibition and our workshop. Information is now available on the Ringwood Manor Association of the Arts website at ringwoodmanorarts.org. Anyone who has questions can send questions to me at the Green Team at ringwoodnj.net. And soon we will have information up on our Sustainable Ringwood Facebook page. So thank you, and I invite the community to come.
Thank you, Jennifer.
And Mr. Martin,
Hi, Jim Martin, Marcha Road. I had some questions about the format of these meetings. It seems that the last couple of meetings were rather freewheeling, to put it mildly, in terms of deviating away from the published agenda that's put out each month. Last month, we seemed to skip around quite a bit. At times, often, I think, leaving the borough manager rather bewildered about what he was supposed to be talking about, because we went so far out of sequence. But tonight is a great case in point that an entire hour of this evening's meeting has been taken up by an unannounced, surprised, largely campaign speech by Senator Schepisi. A lot of what she talked about was what she's going to do, not how she's going to help Ringwood. one thing I did agree with her on is the comparison to Saddle River, that they had no transportation, no water supply, no sewer supply. All of those things apply to Ringwood. I was also kind of surprised that our borough attorney, who I think does a great job, kind of went in for the sales pitch on this development in the center of town. It's a development that largely most of the town is in the dark about, and I don't think most people are in favor of it. I do recall one council person telling us 2 years ago, that's the only game in town and that's going to happen. And that was a statement that I think we know who made that. But one of the complaints that's been voiced on several of these meetings is that when residents speak, they're not responded to until 11 o'clock at night. We've already eaten up an hour of this evening with Senator Schepisi. Are we going to have questions addressed tonight after this public portion? Or are we going through the entire agenda and the manager's report before anybody gets an answer? Because we'll be creeping up on midnight this month. I also just wanted to point out that I'm surprised how little dialogue happens between our council. That there's a few vocal folks on the council, which I think is great. But these are council meetings where there should be dialogue debating the issues of the day and what's best for our town. A few folks here remain largely silent all the time. The bulk of these meetings is taken up by the manager's report, and I think it's a disservice to the community to keep doing that. It's also a disservice to the council. And in closing, I just want to know, are you going to address these concerns? And I see the bond issue is back up tonight. There's a provision for water and sewer again. Are we pushing this water improvement just so we can comply with this fair share housing mandate? Because there's plenty of things that we need to do to our water system, but it seems coincidental that all of a sudden it's imperative when we have this obligation that's in front of us to prove we have an adequate water and sewer supply. My last question, I understand that one member of the council is stepping down, and I was curious if there will be a special election for that position. Thank you. Oh, last thing, don't we all have to have an address? Last month, we had somebody speak twice, once with an address, once with a post office box. I don't believe anybody in town lives in a post office box. Thank you for giving me the time. Have a great night, folks.
Thank you, Martin. Mr. Heck? Anyone else?
Yeah, there's a few more, Mayor.
Okay.
Alex, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Sean Kearney, 37 Stetson Road, Ringwood.
Yes,
Good, make your statement.
Okay, I have a question for Councilperson Ferretti, Councilperson O'Keefe, and Councilperson Bolton. It's in regards to the bond issue regarding communications for the police and the first responders, repairs to the library, and the sewer treatment plant from James Drive. I was under the impression that it was a bipartisan agreement to go forward in applying for the bond. I'd just like to know why in the 11th hour you decided to back off and not go forward with it, because from what I see, everything is still going to need to be taken care of. And if we have to reapply for the bond, it's going to cost us more money. I like the fact that it was a bipartisan group working together to go forward with this. But I'm still unclear as to why we're not going forward with it. That's it.
thank you, Mr. Saponi. I will be giving, since it was handled this way at the last meeting, which I wasn't at, council members will be able to briefly respond to public comments, right after the public session. So hopefully your questions will be answered.
Okay, and it's Sean Kearney.
Oh, okay, Sean.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Jessica, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Sure, it's Jessica Ciccarelli, 4 Birch Road. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good evening. I just had a quick question that I really would like addressed. I'm very concerned and honestly baffled that there was a bond ordinance that was agreed upon by all parties, and it was created together. And I have a very difficult time understanding why there are parties on this council who helped create this bond ordinance that are not moving forward or supporting it now. How can we possibly come together as a town? And how can you possibly create something and then not support it when you helped create it? So I think that is something that absolutely needs to be addressed, because it's a very gray area and residents have the right to know exactly why something was created and then people who helped create it do not want to support it, because that's very hypocritical to me and it needs to be addressed. The second piece is I really believe it is extremely important that we support our first responders here in Ringwood. There is nothing worse than being on the other side of having a first response call. And I really, really hope that this community on all sides can really support the first responders of this town. They do so much, they save lives, and we need to give them the equipment and the communication services that they need in order to continue to do that and to help the Ringwood families when they're at their most needy, when they have no one but a first responder to help them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kelly Gleason, if you could just,
Hi, how are you? My name is Kelly Gleason. I live at 236 McGee Road, and I'd like to address the Airbnb down the road from us. We live at the beginning of the block right off Stonetown. My husband and children and I moved here from Bergen County about 1.5 years ago to get away from the hustle and bustle and enjoy the peace and quiet that Ringwood does offer. At the beginning of the summer, we noticed the excessive amount of traffic going up and down our road to 145 McGee Road. We noticed, we heard in the middle of the evening, fireworks, the excessive noise. My concern is that I do have young children. We have animals. We walk our animals in the evening. There are no street lights. I am concerned for the safety of my children. The people who live here take respect to the road, the fact that there are no lights. We have people who are coming from all over, Connecticut, New York. The parties have been advertised on Eventbrite. The Airbnb site is up. It has been rented every weekend through the beginning of July. It's rented all of this month. There is a ridiculous amount of traffic. I'm concerned for my family. I'm concerned for the value of my home. The fact that there are parties going on. I have found Instagram posts at the house of things that are going on. I have written to the mayor and I've written to Scott, and I appreciate you guys. You guys have responded quickly. I've never super been involved in a community ever before. We've moved here. We feel like it's home. My children have found a home. We found a home. I am super grateful for the quick response that you guys have had. And I'm super happy with the ordinance that is going before you guys tonight. And I hope that you really take into consideration the families that live here and what we're going through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. Ms. Tall, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Venkatall, 24 High Point Lane. It was pretty obvious that Ms. Schepisi did not understand or does not understand the environmental issues we have in the preservation area. But the state, the NJDEP, and the Highlands Council do. How can 4 stories, 224 rental units be in the best interest of Ringwood when we have no sewer capacity or water capacity? We are in a water deficit zone, and it's only going to get worse. The agreement states, the Fair Share Housing Agreement states, that if Ringwood can prove that it has sewage and water capacity for 215 affordable housing units, those units take priority. Mr. Klimak says that's a high hurdle. I agree, very high. How can Ringwood provide water and sewage to 224 rental units when he's saying that we do not have the capacity for the 215 affordable units? And they have not gone away because you are building 244 rental units, of which 44 will be affordable. So it's very hard for people to understand what is actually going on with this fair share agreement, because you're not being honest or clear with the residents. And of course, Mr. Klimak, we're not developing undeveloped land. It's not allowed. It's restricted in Ringwood because of the Highlands Act. So yes, the redevelopment zone is an exemption under the Highlands Act, but you have to have water and you have to have sewage capacity. Already you've got a treatment plant that's failing at James Drive. And every time we go to the Ringwood Plaza, it smells. Sewage treatment plants, of which you are trying to push down our throats, are a huge problem. If you go down Henry Hudson Parkway, there's a sewage treatment plant on the river.
Oh, God.
And it stinks. Yes, oh God, Mr. Spear. So anyway, if you think everything is funny, you're so cute. So anyway, the problem that I see here with what you have done, you have opened Pandora's box. And Mr. Pagano, who purchased his land on Skyline Drive after the Highlands Act was passed, he understood it was not developable. He is now trying to sue Ringwood. He's in the courts because you are putting high density, and he wants to do it too. So you've opened Pandora's box. We have no water, we have no sewage, but that doesn't mean you cannot upgrade the shopping centers as they are now. There's many ways it can be done, and that is what you should be doing. You should not be shoving this down the throats of Ringwood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Gardner, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Stephanie Baumgartner. I'm at 11 Seminole Drive. I'm speaking tonight because I just want to urge the council, specifically councilpersons Bolton, Ferretti, and O'Keefe, to support the bond ordinance. I live in Stonetown. I am in a complete dead zone. If I lose internet or power, I have no access to a landline or a cell phone in the case of an emergency. With 3 little ones in my house, that's scary in itself. But then to know that emergency response does not have the assurance of communicating with one another, to me, is an imminent concern. And honestly, I think it should be one for every single family in this community as well. You have the opportunity to support this bond ordinance. It puts public safety as a priority. Public safety should never be placed aside for political posturing. It's a low interest bond. I do understand that financial responsibility is of importance, but public safety has to come first. It's something that's been in discussion for quite some time now. A funding plan was developed. Now that it's time to execute it, I'm begging you to do just that. Please do not waste another minute. Please do not wait for a catastrophe to do the right thing. Support the bond, and in doing so, support the residents and all of the families within this town.
Thank you.
Mr. Noonan, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Sean Noonan, 295 Cupsula Drive. I spoke at the last meeting about the bond ordinance, and I'm going to speak about it again. The issues addressed by the bond are critical to the safety and well-being of all residents. The need for this bond is unquestionable. A tremendous amount of resources have been expended to reach this point in the bond. So to ignore it and not move it forward would be irresponsible. Leadership means making tough choices. I urge everyone on the council to be community leaders for everyone in this town and pass this bond. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rabacki, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Paul Rabacki, 99 Edward Drive. I have a comment and a question. Councilperson O'Keefe, you posted a clip on Facebook of the town's planning attorney saying that we could have fought tooth and nail against affordable housing. I guess that fits your campaign dialogue. You omitted the 15 seconds before that segment where Mr. Dunn stated almost all municipalities that litigate lose. You then omitted the 15 seconds following where Mr. Dunn states the Highlands argument effectively closes out any redevelopment in the town. You also didn't include the discussion that 100% affordable housing requires the town to pay for the land and the sewer plants. Senator Schepisi echoed those comments tonight. In one case, you rail against the Ringwood Acres sewer plant, and on the other hand, you propose we build another plant that's going to basically be owned by the town. My question is, Councilperson O'Keefe, should you be making public comments on litigation the town is involved in? Senator Schepisi just earlier, she's an attorney, said you don't talk about litigation in public. I don't understand this. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Rabacki.
Robert, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. This is Robert Running. I live at 27 Kingsley. And not to beat a dead horse, but I'm also concerned about the bond issues that were killed by the minority party on June 15th. We have several projects in this town, including, as you know, the James Drive sewer plant, the EMS communications, and the library, not to mention the paving and the water projects, all need to be addressed now. I think issuing municipal bonds at 1.5% is a pathway to paying for these important projects to keep our town safe and solvent is a very sensible approach. And it also seems that no alternatives have been offered by the minority party. That the council members involved in creating a budget, they know full well that municipal bond issues were necessary to put any of these urgent projects in motion, but that they would block these bonds. It's irresponsible and unconscionable. Why would people who live in Ringwood want to allow it to deteriorate like this? The people of this town are your employers. You're allowing this beautiful town to fall apart at the quest for political power. Just do the right thing and pass the resolutions to issue the bonds. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Eversbeck, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Chris Eversbeck with 20 Lakeview Ave. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think it's kind of crazy some of the things that or some of the statements that were made tonight by some of the public, it seems like there's a lack of understanding, or it's just on purpose, conflating and confusing the facts. You know, I see these signs all over town, these high density signs. After listening to Senator Schepisi tonight, I think it was pretty evident the consequences other towns have been facing and are continuing to face. And yet, after all this explanation, there are some council people made comments almost as if Senator Schepisi had not spoken. To me, it's just reminiscent of the blue signs we used to see, the cleanup signs, and now we see the high density signs. They are not telling the whole story and the truth, and the whole story could end up costing the town a lot of money. I thank God that he did not exit this agreement we had with Ford. We literally could have been bankrupt overnight. Our insurers were going to sue us. It seems like old news now, but it's the same story again. And it's very frustrating to hear the same characters playing the same song. And I hope that we have a clear resolve to this tonight, including the bond issue. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Sando, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Peter Sando, 24 High Point Lane. Good evening. Hey, very interesting meeting. Reminds me of the old days when you guys had a parade of hacks coming up and supporting your position there. It's amazing. It's very similar. I just wanted to say, Senator Schepisi's spiel had some very interesting points, but 90% of it was irrelevant to Ringwood. Just like when you had that person giving a presentation about the marijuana issue, where it really had nothing to do with the issue that you were actually considering. She could have been more focused on our problems here and on the preservation area, which I don't think she's really focused on. She's more interested in the rich towns down in Bergen County. The other thing I wanted to say is I sympathize with the folks who are upset about the Airbnb debacle in their neighborhoods. All I can say is you ought to try living next to the Hilltop Clubhouse. They have parties up here, and the property is strewn with litter, bottles, cans, paper goods, condoms. It's disgusting. And I wish the council would do something to take them to task to clean up the neighborhood. A lot of times it ends up down actually on the property of the neighbors. So maybe you can do something about that. I don't know. I just also wanted to comment on the fact that Councilwoman Landis at the last meeting, totally out of the blue, after everybody was saying good night, proposed the same bond ordinance that the majority had, the supermajority had rejected. And it wasn't on the agenda. I think it's unprecedented. Everybody, the attorney, the manager, the mayor, yeah, that's great. Yeah, go ahead and do it. I think it should have been shut down because there are alternatives that have been expressed. There are alternatives that are ignored and dismissed. I hear people saying, "Oh, there's no alternate plan." Well, there is. So I just want to express my outrage at that. It would be funny if it wasn't funny. The other thing I wanted to comment on is at the end of the night, when the council members speak, you always have the minority party speaks first, and then the majority party refutes them. And I don't know if that's because of there's some method to that order of commenting, or whether is it alphabetical order? Is it by, when you were elected? I'd like to know what the rule is on that. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I have a question of the speaker. Did he use the word a parade of hacks, or did I misunderstand it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Klimek, what are you referring to?
Yes, the previous speaker, Mr. Sando, did he use the phrase a parade of hacks? Spoke? Did I understand it? Did I misunderstand it? And maybe Mr. Sando can clarify.
He's no longer in. I can see if I can find him. Mayor, do you want me to see if I can find him and bring him back in? Or?
Yeah, if you can. I mean,
I may have misunderstood.
Mr. Sando, if you could raise your hand again, that'd be helpful. In the meantime, let's go to Mr. He has not raised his hand. Mr. Sando has not raised his hand. So,
okay.
Should we go to the next person?
Yes, please.
Mr. Carney. You can just state your name and address for the record, please.
I can't hear you, Mr. Carney.
Is this still Jessica Kitzman?
Oh, okay. You can go ahead, Ms. Kitzman.
Hello. There were very many not great things that were said about my husband over the last couple of hours about how the town handles these things. And I appreciate specifically Councilperson O'Keefe, Bolton, and the three persons on the council members that are defending our efforts. So I would just like to appreciate what they have done. I would like to appreciate what Councilwoman O'Keefe and Councilman Bolton and Councilwoman Ferretti have done for the town. And I personally think that it really ultimately should be letting the town speak and letting the town have a voice on how these decisions should be made. These are the discussions that Ms. O'Keefe, Mr. Ferretti, and Mr. Bolton have made known. And I think that there would be no harm in being done just having some sort of town hall meeting. I would just ask for a town hall meeting where we can just make it known to the town, make it known to everyone, and allow the town to express their opinions. And whatever that's known, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. If the town wants development, the town wants development. If the town wants high density housing, I will step back. I will personally step back as someone who has said, I am against high density housing, but I think the opinion of the town should be known. And I would really appreciate the opportunity for the town to be known. And I feel like there hasn't been an opportunity for general people to be allowed to speak about this issue. Thank you.
Ms. Kitzman, I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise in the background. Could you just state your address for the record?
Absolutely. 51 High Mountain Road. I apologize for the background.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry I called you Patrick, but that's what the name that comes up.
It is his name. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Heck. I appreciate your consideration for that.
Okay, Mayor, everybody has spoken once, but there are two people that would like to speak again. That's really up to you. I know.
I'll allow them to speak. They can keep it to 3 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Tall, if you could state your name and address again for the record.
I'm sorry, my hand is up.
Yes, your hand is up.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not supposed to be. Okay.
Mr. Martin?
I have a question that why is the borough attorney so concerned about the use of the word hacks? It is neither a profanity or not something that's part of the common vernacular, when several other callers used very similar language in attacking some of the Democratic members of this council. And every one of the people that called are either elected Republican officials, sit on your Republican executive committee, or have made it very clear on social media for years that they are hardcore Republicans. Yet for some reason, the borough attorney takes deep exception at the use of the word hacks by Mr. Sando, and I think the town deserves an explanation.
And I'll give you an explanation, sir. Are you ready to
Excuse me?
listen? I'll give you an explanation. You want to
Okay.
listen? A hack is a pejorative. You know it and I know it. A hack is a low-level political disgusting person. Nobody on this council of any party is a hack. Nobody in Ringwood of any party or persuasion that calls in is a hack. They are citizens who are entitled to respect and not to be called names. And you know and I know that hack is a pejorative. Thank you.
You have a great respect for the English language, I'll say that.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a letter that was sent in that they asked for it to be put on record. May I read it?
Yes, please do.
It's a letter from Jennifer Larson residing at 25 Skyline Lakes Drive. She wrote, as a resident of Ringwood, I am writing the council to demand that the bond issues, which were rejected on June 15th, 2021, be reintroduced and passed. Having observed the subsequent meetings, I am extremely unhappy with the council members who have blocked the passage and provide no solutions to address the EMS communications systems, the James Drive sewer plant, the repairs needed for our library, or the paving projects that must be done. The solution is simple: pass the bond resolution and protect the best interest of the residents of Ringwood. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hackman, anyone else?
There's no one else, Mayor.
Okay. Seeing no one else, can I have a motion to close public portion?
I'll make that motion. So moved.
Have a second?
Spear, I'll second.
Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Olandis,
Yes.
O'Keefe, O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time, would any council members like to give a brief response to the comments made? If not brief, please hold them until the mayor and council comment. Anyone like to speak?
Yes, Mayor, this is Councilwoman O'Keefe. I'd like to respond to Mr. Rabaki. I posted that clip where our planner said we could fight tooth and nail against this unfair mandate. That was in 2017. Tom Gunn advised the council that we could do that. I think that's the direction we should have taken. I stand by that today. That was never attempted in any way. I was surprised to see Holly Schepisi here tonight. I wish I had been given prior notice by the town manager and the clerk. That wasn't a courtesy that was given to me. However, people should know that Holly Schepisi is also an attorney, and she represents builders and developers. And affordable is great for Holly when she's the attorney representing the developer, but it seems it's affordable housing is terrible when she's running for office. You know, this isn't a good solution for our town. I stand by the fact that we should have fought this tooth and nail, and I'm not deviating from that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
This is
Mayor.
Councilman Moretti.
Mayor, can I speak something?
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, this is Councilman Peretti. Just wanted to address the few people that called me out on the bond situation. It seems like almost like the callers or some of the people coming in are like scripted. It's they're being misled one way or another. I'm not sure exactly where. Maybe there's posts I don't see on Facebook or whatever it is, but I didn't devise the bond. And they say that two of us made the bond or created the bond ordinance. And I did serve on the financial committee 2 years ago, but we were not devising this bond. I've said it before, I know, for like a number of meetings now. And I do have other ideas as to what to do. Some will be presented in this meeting. And as I've said in the past, these are items, some of them anyway, if not all, that could potentially have been used grant money for in the past or in the future. And we now have one of the reasons why we do not agree with it is that we now have more grant money available towards things like that, as well as money in certain accounts that we feel we could use instead of taking a loan. So what it comes down to is, as Sean Noonan said, leadership means making tough decisions. And it would have been easier for me to just say yes, but that's not what I'm here to do. I question things that I feel should be questioned. You asked me for $3.3 million. If I feel we might get by with half that, I'm going to question it. We're not in trouble here. We're talking about it, which is the good news. So moving forward, I'm here trying to protect our taxes from growing unnecessarily by not taking loans that might be bigger than we need to, or taking loans at all, using the grant money. So I hate to see anybody being misled and or thinking that we would do this against public safety or against the library. We want the library to be fixed properly. We want the police to have the new repeaters for their radios. I find it, it bothers me that the radios haven't been working for obviously since we've gotten them, if that's the case, but we need these repeaters. I agree. We need to pay for them. I'd rather them be paid for tomorrow than having to wait for the bond money. So we will talk about that in the future. I know you said brief. That's my brief answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bolton, Councilman Bolton, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yep, and I'll just avoid some overlap and repetition, but regarding the bond ordinance, I am on the finance committee, so was a part of it. What has changed, again, as I mentioned in prior meetings, is hearing from residents who are concerned about debt, as well as where the responsibility for the James Drive fixes should come from and that payment. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Mrs. Buchanan, did you want to?
Yes, can I speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a few of the things that have come up tonight and regarding the bond ordinance. First of all, the total cost for the library is not covered. We borrowed money from the DPW budget to pay for some of the equipment. There's still more additional costs that's part of this bond ordinance that are not covered. We do not have the money in the budget to cover that. This was just an emergency situation. Secondly, when we adopt a bond ordinance, again, like I said the last meeting, it's just the authority to spend. And when we submit our budget every year, part of it is the capital plan. It's towards the back of the budget. It's a 6-year capital plan. It includes project title, estimated costs, and funding sources. And a municipality must have funding in place for the estimated costs of all the capital projects that we have. That's exactly how this ordinance was put together, and it was discussed during the finance committee meetings. We discussed this over the last 2 years, and this was the direction that we were given, Scott and I, when we met with the different council people. And there was no indication there were any concerns at all when we were coming up with this, when we started this plan 2 years ago. And if we'd been told the bond wouldn't have been approved before or after the budget was adopted, we would have had to make adjustments to that budget. So we just did that based on the guidance that we received during these different finance committee meetings over the last 2 years. Another thing with the grants, as I had stated last time, that they're mostly reimbursable. So the borough needs to cover the cost of these grants, and it has to come out of the budget. You need to cover any type of cost. So you need to have that money in place before you can even apply for any of these grants. The other part is the Ford account that people had suggested using that money to pay for part of the capital costs that are in this bond ordinance. That money has been encumbered and it's set aside for costs for the Upper Ringwood site. If you wanted to unencumber that money, you'd have to pass a resolution to defer it to different uses. Right now it is in reserve and it's for any costs that will be coming out for the Upper Ringwood site. Also, we have, there's a new plan that came out, the American Recovery Plan. We received, I have the exact amount, $638,373.51. Unfortunately, we do not have the final guidance for spending this money. So if you wanted to take some of that money and spend it on something, until we have that final plan, that's kind of irresponsible to use that money if you don't know that it's going to be approved by there. I just wanted to clarify some of the things that have been going back and forth. I support this bond ordinance, and I really hope that you will vote for this bond ordinance to be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to say one comment, that Mr. Martin made about residents coming forward and making comments about the people that vote on the council that voted no for the bond ordinance. We allow everyone to make their comments. That's why we have a public portion. That's why we allow our residents to speak, as we allow you to speak, Mr. Martin. And we're not always happy with comments that you make towards others on council. So it's a free opportunity for everyone to come forth and say how they feel. Thank you.
Mayor, fortunately tonight, most of the comments I don't have to address, but there are a couple. Would you like me to address them?
Yes, please.
Councilman O'Keefe, the clerk and I did not know that Senator Schepisi was coming on, so that did not go through us. So we could not have advised you of that. Mr. Dunn is not a planner. Mr. Dunn is an attorney. And he's the attorney for the fair share. Mr. Martin made a comment that the water was for this mandate for these development. That's incorrect. I have repeatedly said that last year we had a pump failure and we needed to replace that pump in an emergency situation. And these are 3 pumps that work in series that pump from the Skyline Lakes pump station to the tank on Skyline Drive. It was recommended that we replace all 3. We didn't have the funding for all 3. The Finance Committee suggested that we put this funding to replace these 2 pumps in the bond this year so that we can defer the costs over the course of the loan and replace those pumps. So those pumps would be in unison and they would all be the same. I also talked about having variable speed pumps, which would save us in electric. So this has absolutely nothing to do with any future potential development. It's merely maintaining 35 horsepower pumps that are in series and have been installed for quite some time. I think those were the only comments for me, Mayor.
Okay.
Hope I don't miss any. I tried to take notes.
Does anyone that hasn't spoken like to make any comments?
Sorry.
All right, so we're going to move on. As we have done in the last few meetings, I would like to move the manager's report up. I feel this format is working well and provides important information. So, Mr. Heck.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't have a long report tonight because we just had a report several weeks ago at the last meeting that wasn't that far away. But I do want to talk about a few things, if I could. You know, every month my report talks about things that we've accomplished and things that we have to do. But regrettably tonight, I'm gonna be talk about things, and the report's gonna be riddled with kind of unresolved problems that we're faced, and some of this is due to the lack of funding. And unfortunately, some of these issues are not getting better. So we do need to talk about them. And I've been encouraging everybody to move forward with some funding, because once you adopt a budget, we can no longer amend that budget. We're stuck with the dollar amounts that you give us. So we have no choice but to put some things on hold in order to move forward, because if that stuff was going to be in the bond, which it was, we can't do it without the funding in place. Before I get to that, I'm going to talk about Hurricane Ida. Unfortunately, Hurricane Ida has left its effect on our community. Currently, we had a large culvert on Poplar Drive fail. The water spilled out. It caused a 10 by 10 by 10 foot deep sinkhole in the middle of the road that needs to be remediated. We blocked off the road. We estimate the cost to repair that at approximately $70,000. Due to the storm, also Cupsaw Lake was very badly hit. Cupsaw Lake experienced significant erosion and siltation from the streams and culverts that ended up into the lake near their boat ramp. Most of this water comes from the state parks, which we can't really control much. We've cleaned this up several times in the past. It overflowed Cupsaw Drive. It overflowed many of the culverts. And so we have some issues there that we have to deal with. The costs are estimated at this point at $65,000, but I have to tell you, until the lake's lower, we don't really know the full impact because we can't see how much silt was brought down the streams. We took stumps and 24-inch rocks out of manholes, out of pipes. So we've been doing some of the mitigation, but we need to do the rest. As I think I mentioned, the cost of that is $65,000. And that may grow once we actually, Cupsaw is lowering the lake this year. That may grow once we actually see how much silt has to be removed. I have filed for FEMA funding. However, as you all know, FEMA funding is reimbursable and it takes more than a year to get. They cover 75% of the cost of the project. And it typically is not a smooth process. We've been very successful over the years bringing FEMA funding in. But we still have to fix this stuff in the meantime. And Cupsaw is going to have to be fixed while the lake is lowered, so we don't have a lot of time on our hands here. We also had a very significant water main break on Conklin Town Road and Fountain Drive. That was almost a month ago now. This area is a high pressure line that goes from the pump station, which we were talking about a few minutes ago, up to the tanks on Skyline Drive. One of the valves broke off and it raised the road 6 inches. It undermined much of the dirt. So there's a bit large area that needs to be removed, subgrade put in and paving put on top. The cost for that is $55,000 for that project. None of these projects are covered under the budget. And as you remember, we moved money from the streets and roads budget to cover the air conditioning and heating at the library since that funding had not passed. So that's stuff that we're going to have to address, and we're going to have to address it very soon. Currently, we don't have the funding for it, so I'm hoping that we can resolve some of these issues. The Superfund Site. In November, the Superfund Site is going to begin construction. It's a long-awaited construction. It'd be nice to get some closure for those folks. There's going to be significant amounts of excavation and remediation of that site. We have many residents and children living in and around that area, and safety has got to be our priority. I've hired an individual who has many years of experience dealing with safety programs, including training, managing environmental programs, and fostering effective communication in his career in this field. He will work for us on a part-time basis as a borough employee. He will assist me in managing this project to coordinate with the residents and to report to me items that may be of concern of any safety, environmental, contractor issues, or so on that may arise. Folks, we cannot simply expect that Ford and their contractors will have the same focus that we have on our residents. They're not going to. It's important to note that the last time significant excavation went underway in the Upper Ringwood area Superfund site, we had many issues. Sinkholes, mine shafts opened up, items that are not responsibility of Ford. They're really the responsibility of the DOD, in my opinion. But the borough of Ringwood spent more than $1.4 million remediating those issues. We negotiated a settlement with Ford, which many of you criticized. That was for $4.5 million. We used $3.5 million of that to pay down 5.5% interest bonds. Today's day and age, 5.5% interest bonds is outrageous. We did make sure, and many of you talked about it, that we set aside $1 million from that settlement to use as a contingency to be utilized if any issues arise as a result of the EPA remedy and construction. We did this so that if the issue arises that we were going to have to deal with it as they have in the past, we could resolve them quickly with money from Ford settlement funds instead of our taxpayers. We don't want our taxpayers to pay the bill when we have money from Ford to take care of this. Our insurance companies are paying for 50% of the remedy, 15%, I'm sorry. They believe that they're also paying 15% of Ford's consultants, engineers, and contractors. Based upon that, our insurance companies collectively don't think the borough needs to have any further oversight. Let me tell you something. They have that same philosophy that was used in the past, and this is a mistake. We have a reopener of our Superfund site because they didn't do the job that needed to be done. Currently, I have an estimate from our engineer of $371,000 to cover oversight from November 1st, 2021 to October 2022. The insurance companies have not approved this invoice. We don't want a third cleanup, folks. No more failed attempts. Ringwood needs to ensure that this time the cleanup is done correctly. It would be a significant misstep to assume that the contractors in Ford working on this project have our best interests here in Ringwood at heart. Don't make that mistake. We need to protect our residents and pay attention to this project to ensure that it's done safely for the residents, effectively and successfully, which is why we left this contingency funding in the Ford settlement, that this way the taxpayers didn't have to pay for anything that might come up. Many comments in many of the minutes when we were talking about the refunding from everybody on this council, talking about putting money aside for this specific purpose, and we've done that. So I really encourage you to not use that money for other things, as we're starting a $20 million excavation project that has already proven to have issues that arise outside of the scope that cost the borough money. Moving on with some other borough items, our contracts are all coming to an end, all of the unions, and we've begun negotiation with all the unions as the contracts expire at the end of this year. A reminder that our garbage contract has been increased. You approved an increase for the garbage contract. And that is also not funded. Granted, it only is 2 months of the year, but it's 2 months that we still have to pay for. James Drive treatment plant. We've talked a lot about the pipes and the infiltration in the roads that lead to the actual plant. We know from measuring the flows in the plant during storm events that shortly after, there is a significant increase in the flow through the plant during rain events and after. This is a clear indication that the groundwater is getting into the sewer pipes. During Hurricane Ida, the plant overflowed and dumped 3,000 gallons of sewage onto the ground at the plant. While we cleaned it up, how much of that actually got into the lakes? It was raining hard. The solution was to clean it up, but how much of it got down in the stream? We talk about the lakes and the water quality of the lakes all the time. As a matter of fact, some members of this council are pushing for septic maintenance, septic pumping ordinance to keep the sewage out of the lakes. While we're talking about that, we are currently having an environmental disaster going on that remains unresolved. We had a plan to solve the problem, and I was happy to see this bipartisan council did that, but the funding was pulled at the end. I want everybody to think about something. And you know, we've talked a lot about this. We've talked a lot about the sewer plant, who's responsible, who's not responsible, we've talked about that. But has anybody talked about this? I want you just to think this through. If water is getting into our sewer system and significant flows during rain events, what do you think is happening to the sewage the rest of the year when we have these significant breaks in the pipes? If you think water is only coming in and sewage is not going out during dry times, I think we're all sadly mistaken. When sewage gets out of those pipes during those dry times, it enters the wetlands, which ultimately ends up in the lake and creates an unhealthy lake water quality. If you care about the integrity of all the lakes, we need to repair this problem. As you know, I have met with residents from the Ringwood Acres Homeowners Association to outline where we are with the James Drive plant. And I continue to meet with some of these residents to discuss potential rate increases as well as hookup fees. We have members that want to hook up that can't because we are artificially keeping that lower by not fixing the additional flows that are going through that. You paid $100,000 to design phase 1. You planned for it in phase 2 for a bond. You filed for a permit to repair the plant And DEP, you paid $10,000 for that permit. The permit was approved by the DEP. Fines are coming, folks. Every day we are not making this project complete is becoming more expensive. Based upon all the documents I have sent you, I think the responsibility for the cost allocation is clear. But if you don't think so, there's a process that you can file to solve the responsibility and who pays what share later. I'm asking you to take the step to consider this project. Listen, my license is on that. I'm very sensitive about that. The Borough of Ringwood's license is on it. And this problem has got to be fixed regardless of who pays for it. While we're talking about for the last 4 months, who, how, when, the sewage is still coming out of that plant and out of those pipes. There's 2 problems. The plant needs to be upgraded according to the new DEP rules. That's easy. And that's a small portion of the cost. What's not so easy is when you have breaks in the lines, you need to investigate them, you need to camera them, you need to go down and you need to fix them. That's expensive. We don't have to look too far to look at the water main breaks to determine that there's ground movement up there due from construction years ago. And if the water mains are breaking, why would we think that the sewer lines are not breaking? I'm asking all of you to take a step back and consider following through on all these projects that the Finance Committee spent the better part of 2 years planning to move forward. I have to tell you, it was a great committee. We spent a lot of time. Debbie and I are frustrated because we spent a lot of time with this committee and they determined what we wanted to do. And there were other things that we would have liked to have done, but these were the important issues that we felt we can afford. And so that's why the Finance Committee moved it forward. We need police communication repairs. We need the library roof, heat, and air conditioning repaired. Yes, we need the sewer plant repaired. And we need to start paving roads. These issues aren't going away. I think they're just becoming more complex and they're getting more expensive. Asphalt has gone up in the time that we've spoken about this significantly because oil prices have gone up. And every day that oil price goes up, it's reflective in the asphalt price. So folks, please, I'm asking you, I don't think I have to show you, I don't think I have to play some of the police calls to show you that the police radio is a problem. We had a devastating call about a month ago now. I don't want to play that call. I don't want to sit here and tell you where the dead spots are. Do we really need to do that to say that we need this? I don't necessarily want to tell that car ring from Newark where the police radios don't work. Please try to come to consensus. Mr. Bolton, I met with you. You were the only one that spoke to me. We went through a lot of details and I appreciate that. I'm hopeful that we will move forward with this. I know that the other council members who are opposing this have a plan for tonight. I have my own opinions about that, but we'll talk about that, I guess, when that comes up. So Mayor, that's all I have for this evening. It's really a plea to let's try and put down the differences and work for the community.
Thank you, Mr. Head. We have old business. Mr. Klimek, can you walk us through?
Mayor Schaefer, this is Councilwoman O'Keefe. Can I just ask the town manager some questions regarding his report?
Sure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you. So Scott, you said that we would be responsible or there would be, the Ford money should be set aside for any problems that occur during excavation. I went up to the meeting with the EPA, with the community up on Cannon Mine Road last week. And I specifically addressed that with everybody that was there, because that's a big concern for me that we would have any liability. I was assured by everyone that anything occurs on this site during this type of excavation, that the borough has no liability and that we would not in any way be jeopardized. So I want to put your mind at rest that this is what was reported to me up there. The other thing is,
Can I address that? Because
I'm just telling you what I heard up at
that's completely wrong. And the last time they excavated up there, I have the totals. It cost $1,420,227.91. See, the problem is these mine shafts and sinkholes are not the responsibility of Ford. They're not. It's the reality. And unfortunately, there are a lot of things that could come up. And do we really want to wait? Let's think about what you're asking to do. If an issue
I'm not asking, I'm just stating what I was told up there, that
by the public relation,
no liability.
The public relation people were there and they were meeting with the residents to talk about the plan. But do we really want our residents to wait until Ford and the insurance companies figure out who's responsible and who's going to do what if a crisis arises? And I think your minute, you say in the minutes in June that you asked how we could, and this is on June 16th, Woman O'Keefe asked how we could allocate more money to the people of Upper Ringwood who have been the most impacted. And I'm here to tell you that statement is accurate. And I think that what we're doing is being prudent for those people that are most impacted, leaving a reserve for them.
If that statement is accurate, why did you use the Ford money to pay a PR firm when we were first running for council? And if it's encumbered, Debbie, I'm curious as to why we were able to use that Ford money to pay MMW, which was a PR firm back in 2017.
Well,
and then we used that money again to pay down a bond.
Yeah.
So if it's encumbered, we seem to be utilizing it whenever it suits your needs, but we haven't really utilized it to help the people in Upper Ringwood. But I don't want to get into...
But you're going to make that statement, I'm going to answer. So that's it. That's inaccurate. When we went to refinance the 5.5% bonds from in the 2006 era, we were paying incredible amounts of money that we saved $500,000 in interest for the borough of Ringwood. You and Mr. Bolton and Mr. Spear and everybody on this council raised the concerns that we should preserve some money for this event. I have all the minutes. Please don't make me read them. But I'm going to tell you that based upon that, we all sat down and we said we will encumber the money for the Upper Ringwood folks to ensure this. And Debbie and I did that based upon all of your statements back in 2019. That's why the money is encumbered. We can't spend
a resolution on that, encumbering that.
I would not know whether there's a resolution, but it's certainly in all the minutes. Just go back to the March 19th, 2019 minutes and you'll see it. So we followed what the borough council does to do, and we encumbered the money for that purpose. So anyway, I tried to answer your question.
Thank you. And the other thing with Cupsaw Lake, you said that the runoff is coming majority from the park.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor?
I would like to know who told you that the borough would not be liable. I would like to know, you said.
Joe Grauer. Yeah, when I was up at the Cannon Mine Road, all the representatives that were up there. Joe Grauer, you know him, right?
I do.
Okay. The other thing with Cupsaw Lake with the runoff, a big problem that Cupsaw Lake experiences is runoff from Ryerson. I'm sorry, Mayor. Are you?
I do not.
Can't hear you.
I asked you who else.
All the people that were up there. You must have a list of the people that were there, Mayor. They were all present, and I spoke to all of them.
I'd like to know who they are. You're stating.
Well, there is Joe Grauer will be able to give you the name of everybody that was there that gave that information.
Okay.
I can get that for you, and I'll be happy to bring it to you tomorrow. I don't have it at my fingertips right now, everybody's name, but I did speak to the representatives that were up there. Okay. Now with Ryerson School, a big problem with runoff water.
Hold on. I'm talking about the water damage that came from the north end of the lake that created the problems that we're experiencing now. We're not talking about the other end of the lake. The north end of the lake is where we had the water overflow,
right,
create beach damage and in and around the boat dock and in and around that culvert and in and around the pond there.
Yes, and it was a lot of damage, and I'm glad that you're helping Cupsaw with that. The only thing I wanted to bring up is that Ryerson also has a lot of runoff into the lake. And I understand that they're doing a paving job on that property up there at the Ryerson School. I was wondering if you knew if they had looked into permeable paving so that we could reduce the runoff into Cupsaw.
I really don't know what they're doing. I know they're talking about water lines. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay, so you don't have any knowledge about the paving up there?
I don't know what the school's doing with their project.
I see. Is there any way that we can ask questions on that, or is that totally separate?
Well, we could ask questions, but you could probably contact Mr. Rabaki. He's probably going to be on the call later. So.
Oh, okay.
You would know better. I see he's still here.
I see. And he was on that meeting that you had with the residents. Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Heck? Okay, then we're going to move on. Next, we have old business. Mr. Klimek, can you walk us through the ordinance?
Yes, Mayor, since there are 5 prospective ordinances, to save time, could we have an opening resolution that all ordinances will be read by title if there could be a motion, so we don't have to do it 5 times? Someone can make that motion?
So moved. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe, O'Keefe, did you say yes? I'm sorry.
I said yes.
And Spear.
Yes.
Okay, the first one I'll do, it's ordinance number 2021, number 10. I'll read the title. An ordinance amending Chapter 7 Traffic, Section 7-33 speed limits of the revised ordinance of the Borough of Ringwood to establish a speed limit. Now, there will be a public hearing. Mr. Heck, do you want to comment first as to what the ordinance covers?
We talked about this at the last meeting. These are speed limits for Burt Meadow Road being lowered to 25 miles an hour for the entire length. Stonetown Road being lowered to 35 miles an hour from Westbrook Road to a point 265 feet north of Ricker Drive, which is essentially the whole road. The bridge, the dam is still going to remain at 30. These were brought to us by residents, and the engineer and the police department both agree and concur with these recommendations, and it meets the state standards.
Mayor, the matter can be open to the public for comment.
I have a motion to open it to public.
McCracken, I'll make the motion.
Landis,
Spear, I'll second.
Roll call?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Anybody that wants to speak on the 20-21-10, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, Mayor?
Can I have a motion to close?
I'll make the motion. McCracken.
Have a second?
Councilman Ferretti, I'll second.
Roll call?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Mayor, I'll recite a resolution. Resolve that ordinance 2021-10 as read by title being is hereby adopted, and the municipal clerk is directed to publish a copy of notice of passage in the official newspaper of the municipality. Could be a motion, a second, any discussion on the ordinance?
Have a motion?
I'll move
So
it.
this is a motion for adoption.
That's Ryan. I'll move it.
McCracken, I'll second it.
Roll call?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Thank you. The next ordinance is ordinance 2021-11. I'll read it by title. Ordinance 2021-11, a bond ordinance appropriating $3,345,500 and authorizing the issuance of $2,937,750 bonds or notes of the Borough of Ringwood for various improvements or purposes authorized to be undertaken by the Borough of Ringwood in the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey. The matter could be opened by motion to the public unless there's some preliminary discussion.
I have a motion. Open it to the-
And we're getting a little bit of feedback. So somebody's got 2 units going. Okay, try that again, Mayor.
I have a motion to open it to the public.
I think we could just move into public. I'm just gonna need a motion to close. So if there's anybody, Scott, that's raising their hands.
Scott, is there anyone?
There is no one raising their hand, Mayor.
Okay, then
Oh, hold on, there is somebody. Hold on. Ms. Toll, just state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, Venkatal, 24 High Point Lane. I just want the public to know that this council has bonded for over $10 million since 2010. That's an outrageous number. I know that the council minority has some other very creative and very good plans for how to pay for the radios and how to pay for the library. And this unencumbered business with Upper Ringwood, I never heard of such a thing, but I'll discuss that later. But bonding is not a way to run a town. Can't do it that way. Remember, guys, pay as you go. Mayor, cut up your credit cards. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else, Mr. Heck?
There's not.
Okay, then I have a motion to close public.
Mrs. Spear, I'll move close in public.
Moretti,
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
I'll recite a resolution. This will be a resolution of adoption. Resolved that ordinance 2021-11, as read by title, being is hereby adopted, and the municipal clerk is directed to publish a copy of notice of same in the official newspaper of the municipality. There'll be a motion, a second, then your discussion.
McCracken, I'll make the motion.
Landis, I'll second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
No.
Moretti,
No.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
No.
Spear.
Yes.
The motion fails. It needed a supermajority for final passage of a bond ordinance.
Okay.
The next one, Mayor, is ordinance 2021-12. I'll read it. Ordinance 2021-12, a bond ordinance providing for the improvement of the water supply and distribution system in and by the Borough of Ringwood in the County of Passaic, New Jersey, appropriating $160,000 therefore and authorizing the issuance of $152,000 of bonds or notes of the borough for financing such appropriation.
Anyone?
I don't think they heard you, Mayor.
Is there anyone from the public? I don't know what's wrong with my. I see.
Ms. Toll, state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Venkatal, 24 High Point Lane. I have a couple of questions for Ms. Buchanan. Is the water department solvent?
think you might have to define solvent.
Can you pay the debt with the revenues
Yes, we can at this time.
at this time?
Yes, through the end of the year at least.
To the end of the year?
Yes.
I think what she's telling you is this budget is, every year you have a budget and you fund the debt payments within the water department, as it has been done for as long as I can remember. Certainly, I don't think that the water department has ever defaulted on a
No,
water payment.
they wouldn't default. You would pay it in another way.
You
So-
can't pay it, you can't pay it in another way. You have to pay it through the water budget.
Through the water budget. Okay.
Yes.
Can you transfer money to the water budget?
No, you
No?
cannot interfund. No.
All right. Can you just explain the pumps? They're going to be the pumps from Skyline, the pumping system down there at Skyline Lakes up to the water tower? Is that what you're talking about, those pumps?
I can certainly explain the pumps. There's 3 pumps in the Skyline Pump Station that takes the water from Beatty Lane and from North Jersey District Water Supply Commission and pumps it up to the top of Skyline Drive to fill that million gallon tank.
That I know. And
Those
those are the
pumps,
pumps, those are failing.
No, let me finish.
Okay.
We replaced one last year, as I said earlier.
Okay.
We need to replace the other 2 as preventive maintenance because we know that they're going to go. We already can hear the bearings in them that they're starting to go. And we wanted to have them all the same, and it would also go towards saving energy by having variable speed pumps. So energy savings is a good thing as well. So yes, we are pay all our debt on the water department, and the pumps are for Skyline Lakes Pump Station.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Mr. Hef?
It just takes a minute here. Mr. Martin, just state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Jim Martin, Marshall Road. First off, Scott, thank you very much for the explanation about what is needed for the water supply. It filled in a lot of gaps that I had in my understanding, and I'm sure it did for a good number of other people that are listening tonight. The question I have about the amount that you're looking for in this bond for the water supply, is that an adequate amount? Because to me, just everything you've described tonight, it sounds like it's not an adequate amount. And is it more prudent to bond for more so you're prepared for the contingencies you're going to face in 2022? Or do you really think this is an accurate number that's going to solve your problems?
I can tell you it's an accurate number because, as I said before, we replaced one of them last year. We know what it's going to cost to replace it. And all we're really doing is there are 3 identical pumps. We're changing the same one we did last year with the other 2. So they will all match. So yes.
But what about the quality of like your piping and your runs and all of that stuff? That's all adequate, that once you install these new pumps that could operate at a higher pressure, I do not know. The piping's all cool and capable of handling.
Yeah, they don't. What happens is there's a hatch in the roof. We have a crane that comes. The pump sits on top of the housing in the pump station. You merely this is simplistic, but you unbolt it, you take it out, you take the pump out, and you put another one in. I have pictures of what it was like last time, and this is just replicating exactly what we did last year with 2 more pumps. So the piping is designed to handle it. You're just updating your pumps that are 20-some years old.
So you're confident that that's an adequate amount of money, and next year we won't be saying, hey, we got to do this again.
We haven't bonded in a while for anything other than water tanks. So no, we don't. We know it's an adequate amount of number. We certainly knew when we applied for the bond back in June. But as you know, everything goes up. But I believe that we can handle the costs within the dollar amount that we have in the bond ordinance.
Cool. Thank you for such a clear answer. I appreciate it, Scott. Thank you very much.
We have a few more, Mayor. I'm sorry, I got to click a couple of things here first.
I understand.
Ms. Boyle, guys, I always call you by the wrong name, Amy. Just state your name and address for the record.
It's Amy Boyle Geisel, 10 Juniper Terrace, Ringwood, New Jersey. I'm sorry, it's close to 10. I'm a little confused. did we just vote no by supermajority on the larger bond, which encompasses the library project, the pumping station, and the communications situation? Or is that-
Yes, it failed. The vote was 4-3, but 5 affirmative votes were required. A 2/3 supermajority is required, so it was defeated.
So that is it, right? On the first reading, it failed, so it doesn't go forward?
This was a second reading.
Okay, even worse. So that's it?
Yeah, it passed the first reading, but it failed on the second reading.
Okay, so it can't be revived? Is that my understanding? Like,
Well, it actually, Ms. Guy, it was revived.
okay.
It's up to the council how they want to treat it.
Okay. I'm not quite sure why that happened again after all the discussion and I guess planning. I am disappointed. I think the council understands that on different layers and levels of community input on that particular item, but thank you for clarifying. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all we have on this issue.
Okay, can I have a motion to close public?
Make that
Motion to close public.
Yes, can I have a motion to close public?
Spear, I'll make that motion.
Landis, I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matteo Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
I'll recite a resolution. Resolved that ordinance 2021-12, as read by title, being is hereby adopted, and the municipal clerk is directed to publish a copy of notice of passage of same in the official newspaper of the municipality.
A motion.
McCracken, I'll make the motion.
May I have a second? Have a second.
Spear,
I'll
I'll
second it.
Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matteo Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Thank you. That ordinance obviously is passed. Mayor, the next two are introductions. Okay. I'll read the first one is called BH Board of Health, or it's an abbreviation, Board of Health Ordinance number 2021-01. This is an ordinance amending its entirety the Board of Health Ordinance, Chapter 11, Individual Sewage Disposal Systems. This ordinance updates all the requirements pertinent to sewage disposal systems, that is septic systems, in the borough. The health department, the construction office were instrumental in drafting this ordinance to meet current codes. There are various updates in it that weren't in the prior ordinance, which itself is extensive, but this ordinance brings everything up to date. Mr. Heck, I don't know if you have any comments. I know you're also a major contributor to this.
The health department, as well as the Board of Health, worked on this ordinance to try to update some of the fees, as well as update some of the items that the health department knows that she needs in order to adapt to the changes that happened. I think the ordinance hasn't been updated in probably 15 years. I think that they worked very hard on it. Jeff and I participated in many of the aspects of this ordinance, and I think that I think it's comprehensive, and I think it will serve the borough's needs. And certainly the Donna Riccione and Kathy Scribala, all, as well as the Board of Health, endorsed these changes.
Okay, I can recite a resolution of introduction. Resolved that ordinance 2021-01, as read by title, is hereby introduced with second reading and public hearing to be held on October 19, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. at the Municipal Building, Ringwood, New Jersey. And the Borough Clerk is directed to publish a copy of the ordinance or a summary of the said ordinance in the official newspaper of the municipality. Can be a motion, a second, any discussion?
Yes, I have a question, Mayor.
First, can we have a motion and a second?
Oh, sure. I'll so move it.
I'll second.
Spear, I'll second.
Discussion?
Yeah, this septic ordinance, I have a question. Back in, I guess it was February, we were told that one of the most important things we could do for our lakes was to have a septic pumping ordinance. Would that be included in this?
Wow, no, it's not included in this.
So what are the changes then that you're making from the old
I
ordinance?
could, some of them, I could tell you some, if you read it, I presume you did, you see a lot of technical, very technical items in there. But some of the major changes are, for instance, if you are buying a house in Ringwood now and you have a septic inspection, the results of that inspection have to be turned over to the Board of Health.
So
Okay.
if we have an inspection and it fails, and it is turned over to the Board of
Yes.
Health presently, that's already done.
Yes, but this
If
is
it-
by ordinance. This, that was done by practice. This is by law now.
Okay, if it fails and the seller decides not to fix it and not to sell the property, does the Board of Health now have the authority to insist that it be repaired?
Yes, they do.
They
Yes,
do in this
Yes,
ordinance?
that's the reason for it. And now there are caveats, so depending on the age of the system, et cetera, you have to read all the details. But that gives one. Secondly, if you have what they call a specialized system, I can get the name of it, but it's a specialized pumping on-site wastewater treatment. You have to have, because it's so complicated, you have to have a service contract, which is on file with the Board of Health to make sure that it's operating properly. What this ordinance does, it's designed to make septic systems more functioning, safer. Okay, there's more oversight of septic systems here, and then there's all the technical requirements, as you can see, that are beyond my expertise.
So as an example, septic inspections, BH 11-1.17, item number C, a copy of septic inspection reports must be forwarded to the health department within 24 hours after the inspection is completed. That's under septic inspections as part of a real estate transfer.
Yes, and if the inspection reveals there's problems, and even if the deal doesn't go through, well, the health department's aware of the problem and can address it and require the homeowner to address it.
Can they address it?
Yes.
Well, in the past,
They can address any problem. This will be brought to their attention.
Item number E, in the same citing, and if an inspection report concludes that the septic disposal system or any of its components need to be repaired and the system was installed prior to 1980, the sewage system must be upgraded to conform with the current septic code prior to the sale of property.
well, prior to the sale, but if the property doesn't sell and the Board of Health knows it's a failing system, does the Board of Health have any authority to insist on a remedy?
The answer is yes. They could, but I want to they could do that now. If somebody reported a failing septic system, even if there was no sale involved, the Board of Health could intervene. Systems, by law, systems are always supposed to be functioning, and the Board of Health is charged with responsibility of making sure they function. Now, do they always do that? Well, there's limits to resources and personnel in that, obviously. But this, as Scott stated, this gives them the legal authority to look at them, and they'll also have a record now, an index of all the septic system inspections that were taken, whether deals went through or didn't go through. Okay, this way you build up a database so the Board of Health knows where problem areas are in the municipality.
Right. And Scott,
the fees, you'll note, it says right in here, it has the previous, in parentheses, it has the previous fees. So if you look down to that section, it says what the fees were and what they are now.
okay.
Okay, so now we had discussion, so roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed, Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, the next ordinance is you call it the Airbnb ordinance. I'll recite it. Resolved, what is the number on this?
2021-13.
Okay. Ordinance 2021-13. An ordinance amending Chapter 4, General Licensing and Business Regulations of the Revised General Ordinance of the Borough of Ringwood to provide for the prohibition of certain short-term rental property. Is there any discussion on it? There's no public hearing on this evening, but is there any discussion on it before I recite the adoption resolution?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment. I have had several over in Stonetown that live near this property. And not only are cars coming in from New York, but at all hours of the night, and loud music, and you know, I don't know what else is going on there, but you know, people that live anywhere, whether it's in Stonetown or Cupsaw or Erskine or Skyline Lakes, should not have to deal with this type of partying at all hours of the morning. We do pay a lot of taxes, and I think it's very unfair. And I think this resolution, this ordinance is well. Anyone else?
Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
I don't disagree. I'm not a fan of loud parties and have definitely placed my own phone calls for particular situations in the neighborhood. So my heart goes out to the residents in that neighborhood. It sounds quite egregious out on McGee Road. I think that this should move forward. However, I wish that it was not, a full out ban, but if there was a way to have it regulated such that we didn't have these problematic situations in rentals, but still, we're open to, regular renting of a room in a house or other less problematic instances of the quote unquote Airbnb setup, but still need to ensure that we don't have this sort of huge house party situation like happens out on McGee.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor. I looked at the emails that were sent, and my God, those poor people over on McGee, this is horrible. That's not neighborly at all. But this didn't look like your normal Airbnb situation. It looked like it was a networking party where you pay anywhere from $50 to $1,000 to attend the party. I understand they're becoming quite the rage all over the country. Is this going to be covered by this ordinance, something like this? I guess that's a question for the attorney, because
I don't, they were, let's see, what were they? What kind of parties were they?
they're networking parties. You could pay $50 to go and you could use the pool and maybe get a hamburger. You could pay $1,000 to go to the party, and then you got a table and a bottle of champagne and a better menu. So it's kind of like a networking for, I guess it sounds like, young people to get together. I guess with the pandemic, maybe people aren't able to do it in regular venues. I don't know what's going on, but I did hear that this is something that's been going on the West Coast and has become a problem also. But I don't think it's your normal Airbnb situation from the emails that I sent. I don't know if anyone else saw them, but there were different price points where you would go to a party. So these are parties they're throwing for networking. It's not, just Airbnb situation like we're used to seeing. So I'm wondering if, if this ordinance is going to solve that problem. Or will homeowners still be able to rent out their premises to people for networking?
This ordinance prohibits under 30-day rentals of any kind. So you can't, whether it's Airbnb or some other form or this, Mr. Klimek, am I correct?
Yes. It sounds to me, I'm not familiar what the councilwoman's referring to. I mean, I understand what she said, but I'm just not familiar with it. That sounds to me like these are business uses, illegal business uses in residential zones. That could be I'd have to study a zoning violation.
I think it is a zoning violation, and I'm wondering if we've tried to address it with the current zoning ordinance that we have in place. I know that the neighbors have been complaining, and this has been going on since July. Has any attempt been made to address these parties based on the ordinance that we already have in place?
Well, this hasn't gone on. We didn't know about it until July. We just recently found out about it and we addressed it. But because it is a rental and people can have all kinds of parties. So we have talked to the police, I've talked to zoning. So we're addressing it on all levels. But this isn't the only issue that we have with Airbnbs. The lakes have been talking about them for several years. And it creates a problem for them when they're giving their badges to non-members and they're using the lake. So, I know we had a conversation about this once before, a couple of years ago, and not all of you were in favor of it. But I have to tell you that it's becoming more and more popular in today's day and age. And I really think that we researched some other towns that have the same type of problems and had the same type of ordinance. And we mirrored this right after those ordinances because they found it to be successful.
Yeah, I remember having those conversations back when Mayor Martucci was here.
Correct.
And he was concerned about the Airbnbs. And I'm glad that we're taking action finally on this instead of and having a debate on it. But I was surprised that these people were able to get away with this business, that they were inviting people to pay anywhere from $50 to $1,000 to attend an event on McGee Road.
It was just brought to our attention also, so I didn't know that this was going on until it was, as I said, brought to my attention and I looked into it. And
okay.
What we want for Ringwood, so. Can everyone hear me? I feel like my sound is going in and out.
You're clear, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. So, should we have a motion then we had a motion and a second, correct?
Correct, and I'll make the motion.
Ready, I'll second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Ferretti,
Yes.
Matty-Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Next, I think we're ready for resolutions.
Mayor, do you think we could take a 10-minute break?
Sure.
Mayor, you can call it. You can call a 10-minute recess.
I would just encourage you all to mute yourselves and turn your cameras off.
Will do. Appreciate that.
All right, Mayor.
Okay, we're just waiting for.
Waiting for a few people to come back.
We're still waiting for Councilman Bolton. Okay.
Yes.
I believe then we're up to resolutions, correct, Mr. Heck?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Heck, we're ready for resolutions.
Yes, Mayor, it's 10:25 and we're back in open session. Right. Resolution 2021-184, whereas the Chief Financial Officer has certified the funds are available for the payment of the current bill list in the amount of $829,107.06. Supplemental payments in the amount of $3,314,224.88, and merchant service fees in the amount of $237.13 to be credited to the following accounts for a total of $4,143,569.07, of which the Ringwood Board of Education is receiving $2,366,432.46, and Lakeland Regional High School is receiving $947,440.
Motion?
Brian, I'll move it.
Landis, I'll second.
Any discussion? Roll call. You're muted, Nicole.
Sorry about that. Mayor Schaefer?
Yes.
Council members, Deputy Mayor McCracken?
Yes.
Council members Bolton?
Yes.
Moretti?
Yes.
Matty Landis?
Yes.
O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Spear?
Yes.
Resolution 2021-185, whereas a contract was awarded to DSL Contracting, Inc. in the amount of $305,275.34 on June 15th, 2021 for the construction of the Erskine Road and Lakeview Avenue Improvement Project, Phase 4, contract number 2021-02C. And whereas the borough engineer has submitted a copy of estimate number 1 prepared by Schwanneweed Halls Engineering for the work performed by DSL Contracting, Inc. for August 6, 2021 through August 30th, 2021, and recommends partial payment in the amount of $97,314.96 for the work completed. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby approves the partial payment in the dollar amount of $97,314.96 to DSL Contracting of Fairfield, New Jersey, subject to the receipt of the required certified payroll records and the monthly manning reports.
I have a motion.
McCracken, I'll make the motion.
Spear, I'll second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 2021-187, be it resolved, the municipal council of the Borough of Ringwood hereby appoints Sarah Haller to the Sustainable New Jersey Green Team Advisory Committee as alternate number 3, member to fill an unexpired term through December 31st, 2022.
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Excuse me, Scott,
Yes.
you have to go back to 2021-186.
Surplus property.
I'm sorry. I was stuck to the previous page. Resolution number 2021-186. This is authorization for disposal of surplus property. And the items that are listed are some of our old vehicles, 2016 Explorer, 2008 Crown Vic, 2010 Chevy Tahoe, and a 2010 Escape. We'll be auctioning these off on Gov Deals.
I have a motion.
McCracken, I'll make the motion.
Have a second?
Landis, I'll second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Resolution 2021-188. This is a resolution.
Mayor, I'm sorry. May I have the floor for just 1 second? I actually wanted to see if I could move to table this resolution. I'd like to do that.
Okay, we have to have a motion to table that? Yes, we do, right?
Are you looking for a second, Mayor?
Yes.
Spear, I'll second that to table.
Roll call?
And
Mayor
sorry,
Schaefer?
this is 188.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Schaefer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay, Scott, will you also go through the consent agenda resolutions?
Yes, Mayor. Consent agenda resolution 2021-189. Whereas the mayor and council of the Borough of Ringwood have reviewed the consent agendas consisting of various proposed resolutions. And whereas the mayor and council of the Borough of Ringwood is not desirous of removing any resolutions for individual action from the agenda, now therefore be it resolved the following resolutions on the consent agenda are hereby approved. 2021-189 is the approval of the actual consent agenda. 2021-190 is professional service payment, Borough Hall parking lots survey and stakeout contract number 2021-104. 2021-191 refund of overpayment of taxes. 192 is professional services payment, Erskine Road, Lakeview Avenue, and drainage improvement, construction supervision and inspection phase 4 final, contract number 2021-021 for $6,105. 193, approval of payroll and payroll transfers for August of 2021. 194 is authorized redemption of tax sale certificate.
I have a motion.
McCracken, I'll make the motion.
Landis, I'll second.
Roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council members Bolton,
Yes.
Moretti,
Yes.
Matty Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
All right. Next is the attorney's report. Mr. Klimek.
No report, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Right. This is the second public portion of the meeting. Again, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Try not to be repetitive. Scott, would anyone like to address the council?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Martin, just state your name and address for the record again.
Jim Martin, Marcia Road, and I'm glad I could bring such a smile to your face, Scott, when you saw my name on the screen there.
No, it was a question whether there was anybody that wanted to speak. Really had nothing to do with you.
I'm hurt. During the first portion, I asked 2 questions that were not answered, and I believe that the mayor said that all questions would be answered. My first question that was not answered is, why is there a consistent deviation from your published agendas? That every month you put out an agenda, and every month there is significant change from it. Case in point this week, where Senator Schepisi came to speak, and it was not on your agenda. Case in point last month, where the mayor was asking for the manager's report early on in the evening. Tonight, we skipped over many sections to get to other parts of the meeting. And I realize the objective is to get the whole meeting in and whatnot, but when you publish an agenda, you're telling people what you're going to speak about. If you were to do that in a typical business environment, and I know that you all function under these rules for various employment that you're in, you would get dressed down by your boss about that. That's my first question, is why do you not follow your agenda? Number 2, I have heard that one of the members of the council will be stepping down shortly. And I'm curious if you are going to be scheduling a special election to fill that council seat. Thank you very much. And by the way, Scott, you gave great answers tonight, and I want to thank you again for them.
I'll answer your first question, Mr. Martin. We felt that it would be in the best interest of the public to put the manager's comments about what's going on in the beginning of the meeting. This way, if any resident has questions, they could be answered right away instead of waiting till the end of our meeting and doing the manager's report. And by that time, a lot of people aren't even on anymore. So that's one of the reasons why we've
Understandable, but why can't you just change the agenda that you're publishing and put that first? It's a Word document. It's easy to change.
No, Mayor, I can answer that. The agenda is set at the beginning of the meeting in the beginning of the year during reorg. They would have to do a resolution to actually change it formally. And so that's why I guess she's doing it this way at this point. And the manager's report was the only thing that you took out of order, I believe, tonight.
Holly Schepisi?
Actually, Holly Schepisi came in through public. And when the mayor went to the public, I asked, since the senator is here, do you want to bring her in?
Right.
That makes no sense, but that's cool. If you're in there, I'll take that. But what about my second question?
A vacancy in the council, the clerk will address that with whatever the rules and regulations are. Nicole could talk to that probably better, but whenever there's a vacancy, there are guidelines that you have to follow to replace that vacancy and/or an election. So whatever they are, we will follow once we know what those dates are. Is that correct, Nicole?
Correct, and we haven't been given notification from Deputy Mayor McCracken as to when he plans on stepping down, so we haven't taken any action yet.
Okay. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate them.
You're welcome.
So if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Venkatall, 24 High Point Lane. I have a quick question, which I should have asked when you were doing the bonding. But I understand that there's talk to it that you are thinking about, and there are some people up in that area who would like to hook up to the James Drive plant. I've heard the number 15. Are you allowed to do that legally? Since when you do upgrade the plant, it's not going to have more capacity. So isn't that something that would have to first be approved by the NJDEP?
Okay, Mayor, would you like me to answer that? I'm sorry, I think I just wiped you guys out here. Are you still here?
Yes, please.
Okay, I lost all of you.
Recording stopped.
Oh. Okay. All right, I think I have you folks back. I'm sorry.
I only see you. Oh, now I see everybody.
I know you would love to just watch me, but
Oh, I would.
I also,
I think
I
that
heard it say recording stopped. Did
Nicole,
you
is your
get an
recording? Yeah, I don't
I
know.
am also recording, so we're okay.
Hers is the
Okay.
official recording. I record as a backup, but unfortunately, I just pushed a lot of buttons. So the question is, are we allowed to legally add people to the James Drive treatment plant? People in the area are in the sewer area, district area, and that area is supposed to be sewered according to the DEP. The problem is not that we can't hook them up. We can't hook them up because of the groundwater infiltration and our flows are too high. We are permitted to hook those folks up once we get the groundwater infiltration under control. So the reason that they're not able to hook up now is because the DEP will not allow us to until that issue is resolved. So the plant is designed and updated for the number of people in that development. It was designed that way many years ago, but as of right now, there are about 15 people who have not hooked up. Quite a few of them that do want to hook up, but there's a moratorium until such time as the borough resolves the groundwater infiltration, which is very different than the plant upgrade. The groundwater infiltration has nothing to do with the upgrade. The upgrade is the DEP has changed the rule on zinc and copper.
Okay, thank you. Was the borough aware that there were sump pumps funneled into that treatment plant there, or is that just something you found out recently?
Well, you make that as a statement of fact. We do not know that there are sump pumps put into the area, but the volume of water that is going through the plant is so large during rain events that it couldn't possibly be only sump pumps. We've had many water main breaks over in that area, so we know that the ground has shifted somewhat, probably due to unstable compaction when they built the road. So to think that it's sump pumps is that whole problem is not accurate.
No, I didn't think it was the whole problem, but there were some pumps that were hooked up to the sewage plant, right? And that I understand that has changed. They've redirected it.
I don't know who you're referring to. I don't know where you're getting that information. We sent out a survey to everybody and asked them if they had any sump pumps hooked up in anticipation when we were going to, prior to the bond failing, going to do a smoke test. We wanted to make sure that we weren't going to fill people's homes with smokes. And if they had a sump pump hooked up, that's exactly what would happen. It would come out of the stacks. So everybody commented to us that they do not have any sump pumps hooked up to.
So that was just a rumor. Yeah. So it seems it seems as if the borough had been fined for this sewage leakage, I'm calling it, in 2010, and it's been going on a long time.
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay.
It has been going on a long time because I've been talking about it for 3 years.
Well, I know that Attorney Dunn was talking about it in 2017. Now that's many years ago. And
well, Attorney Dunn would not know of any type of fines that were levied on the borough of Ringwood because he handles fair share housing. But I will tell you that I've been talking about it with this council, and I was happy to see a council addressing.
No. I didn't say that Mr. Dunn knew anything about the fines. I just know that when he presented his 2017 exhibit on the Ringwood Crossing, that he also talked about James Drive needing to be upgraded, and he gave a couple of prices on it. So that's quite a few years ago now. So obviously, for all of those years, there's been a leakage of sewage that has been going into Skyline Lakes.
That is not accurate. What Tom Dunn talked about is the need to upgrade the James Drive treatment plant at some point. He talked about some sewer concerns in the whole sewer districting area, and you're kind of mixing and blending issues. So we are under.
Well, they are connected. They are connected.
They're not connected for this. The James Drive treatment plant needs, we were notified by the DEP in advance that they were changing the zinc and copper rules. And we were notified in 2018, and in 2019, these rules were going to come into place. And in 2020, we were going to have to start to address them. So it's not connected at all. And the pipes in the street are separate and apart 100% from the sewage treatment plant. Right now, the plant is treating more water than it needs to because groundwater is getting into the pipes in the streets in and around the area. So that's why people can't hook up, because the flows are too high. So you can't make the statements that it's been going on for a lot of years. I know that for the last 3 years it has, and that's why I brought it forward to this council.
Okay. The sewage problem is more important than the copper and zinc, and I know you have to do that because that's what the DEP is saying. But anyway, I just have one more thing to talk about, and then I'll be done for the evening. Mr. Heck, you have a lot of gall. I shouldn't be surprised, but for you to say that capping 100,000 tons of toxic soil in a residential neighborhood is closure for those folks, I just am flabbergasted. It is the absolute worst thing that could happen up there. It is horrible for the people that live there. They've been living on a Superfund site for 50 years. This is not a cleanup. And for you to even say it's a cleanup is just not true. It is a cover-up. You are capping. The construction project, which is going to go on for 2 years, is going to gather up all the contaminated soil to the center of O'Connor, and they're going to cap it. And there's wetlands that they're capping it on. So, and one other thing, there's no taxpayer money that's being used to pay for Superfund cost. Zero. When those sinkholes opened in 2004 and 2005, I happened to be mayor. It was just like a war zone up there. The DOT paid for the sinkhole that opened on Sheehan Drive. Governor Corzine gave Ringwood millions of dollars.
Just
let me finish this, please, and that's it. I am passionate about this.
Thank you.
And so there was no taxpayer money. The council took the money that the state awarded Ringwood to fix the sinkhole in the residence yard and redirected it. The sinkhole is still there. And you're telling the public that you are encumbering $1.2 million to fix possible sinkholes? Ms. O'Keefe is correct.
Wrap this up. Thank you.
It's correct.
Thank you.
You are not responsible, and you have to unencumber the money. I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. That money was given to you, the borough, because you did board's bidding. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heck, anyone else?
Yeah, there is, and I'm not even going to comment to some of those statements because they're just wrong. But Ms. Larson, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Jennifer Larson, 25 Skyline Lakes Drive. My question is for Councilpersons O'Keefe, Ferretti, and Bolton. I hear you keep saying you guys have great solutions and ideas to plug the holes in the budget and great ideas and solutions for fair share, but when do you guys plan on sharing the ideas and communicating them with the rest of the council and the public? And please don't say grants, because that's not guaranteed. And that can take away our sovereignty over these projects. And just a little word of advice. I think residents should refrain from calling in drunk. That's just my 2 cents. Good night.
Thank you. Paul Rabaki.
Sir Rabaki?
Paul Rabaki, 99 Edward Drive. While I certainly can appreciate Mrs. Tall's vigor about Upper Ringwood and the pollution and solving the pollution, it's kind of disheartening that vigor does not extend to her party mates sitting on the council, that they don't care about Skyline Lake. There's 600 families, I think, in Skyline Lake. And I live in Ringwood Acres, and there's problems with the sewer plant, but I can tell you my toilet flushes, it works fine. The thing is, I'm a member of Skyline Lakes because I live over here. I have a lot of friends who belong to the lake whose kids swim in the lake. And that if, Councilwoman O'Keefe wants to have an ordinance about pumping septic systems around to protect the lakes. Well, we have a single point of entry for 100 and something homes into that lake, and we need to protect that. We need to protect all our lakes, not just Cupsall Lake. So please, I don't understand how this is going to get fixed, but for the sake of my friends on Skyline Lake that want to go swimming next summer, please figure this out. Thank you.
Just can I state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, Robin Canetti, 310 Lakeview Avenue. I was going to sit this out, but I have to say, Mr. Klimak was beyond outraged that someone used the word hack and said everybody in Ringwood is wonderful and there's nobody that's a hack. And yet someone can accuse someone of being drunk and there isn't a sound from anyone on the council. So I'm wondering where the line is where you have to clutch your pearls about a word that isn't an offensive word. It is pejorative, but if the hack fits, wear it. And yet Ms. Larson calls, I don't even know who she was accusing of being a drunk, but that just seemed to slide right by. And I keep hearing people asking O'Keefe, Ferretti, and Bolton to explain themselves. They've been explaining themselves until they're blue in the face. They want to pay for the project. They want to try and find a different way. And perhaps the minority council and the majority council would work together if the majority council didn't blindside all the time, because it was a sneak attack at the last meeting for Councilwoman Landis at the very last minute, when I don't know how late it was, but it was way later than it is right now, to sneak that bond back in again. And in the same meeting that we're mourning our friend Vivian Milligan, Scott has the nerve to invoke her name as a reason to pass the bond, which was like sacrilege to my mind. And I totally forgot about that until Venka just spoke a minute ago. And it reminded me how upset I was at the last meeting that you actually went there. And I hope Vivian was looking down from heaven and planning on a way to get even, because it was outrageous. And perhaps if the mayor was nicer to the other council people and didn't speak to Councilwoman O'Keefe like she's gum on the bottom of her shoe, when Mrs. O'Keefe asks if she can say something and Mayor Schaefer says, "I'll allow it," like you're the Queen of England, for God's sakes. So seriously, people, they said they want to help they want to help with the funding. They're just trying to find an alternative way. And maybe you should try and do that instead of stealth attacks at midnight when you know they don't want to vote on the bond and you reintroduced it anyway. What did you think was going to happen? That they were going to forget their principles and throw away all of the reasons that they've given you all along for why they don't like it the way you've structured it. So I'm waiting, Mr. Klimak, for you to say people shouldn't call other people drunk. Thank you. Good night.
Heck, anyone else?
There is no one else, Mayor.
So I'd like to make a motion to close public portion. I have a motion.
I'll second it.
I'm sorry, I missed the motion.
Who gave the
Oh,
motion?
I'm sorry. Mayor, I thought you made the motion. I'll make the motion to close public session if there's nobody else.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council Members Bolton,
Yes.
Peretti,
Yes.
Matthew Landis,
Yes.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
and Spear.
Yes.
Okay, now we're up to mayor and members of the council. I'm going to start with Mr. McCracken, Deputy Mayor. I'll change it since we've been accused of.
Well, thank you, but I have nothing for tonight. Just I look forward to the cooler weather that's coming. I hope everyone else does too. Everyone stay safe.
Thank you. Councilwoman O'Keefe.
Yes, Mayor. I have a resolution. I think you received it on Monday. I sent it forward. And I'd like to introduce it now. I'm going to move to introduce this resolution. Can I get a second?
McCracken, I'd like to make a motion that we table that resolution. I read it. We got it yesterday. I think it needs to go through the proper channels first before we even have discussion on it. Mainly, it needs to go through the town administrator and our CFO at the very least.
I made a motion. I'm looking for a second.
Yeah, I just made a motion to table it.
Yeah, my motion's first. So can I have a second, please?
I'll second the motion to table.
Second the motion to introduce.
I second the
Order it
motion.
goes in.
I second Kathy's motion because everybody deserves to hear it. This resolution.
Okay, hold on, guys. We cannot be all talking on each other because the minutes will not reflect any of this. So we have a motion to introduce a resolution and we have a motion to table. Mr. Klimak?
Not yesterday.
This is Councilman Peretti. I second Kathy's motion.
A motion to table is a superseding motion. Okay, even if there's another motion pending, it is a superseding motion.
Okay.
Now,
so
you can go forward. I mean, if there's no objection, even though there's a motion to table, there hasn't been a second. If you want, you can go forward with Ms. O'Keefe's motion.
Mayor,
Or you can vote on the motion.
Wait, I can't.
I'll go forward with my resolution then. This is my time, right?
Well, wait, has,
I have a second.
just a second. There's a motion to table. There's a motion to table. It hasn't been seconded, but as I said, a motion to table is a supervening motion.
Okay.
So was there a
For the
second
benefit-
table is what I'm getting confused.
Spear seconded the motion to table.
Okay, so that's
Okay.
Oh, McCracken was the first. I'm sorry. So then Spear was the second to table.
so
Yeah.
Okay, and
If I, just
I'm sorry.
quick question. Just
Yes, go ahead.
we're talking about a resolution very esoterically. It wasn't included on the agenda, and so the public doesn't know what we're talking about. So even if we're going to table it, should we not read it so that people can follow along?
So that's the will of the council. It's up to you folks.
I'll be happy to read it since this is my time. So here is the resolution. Whereas the Borough of Ringwood has a need to spend funds in excess of $1 million for improvements to the Ringwood Public Library, purchasing of radio telecommunications equipment for the Ringwood Police Department, and improvements to the James Drive sewage plant. And whereas these expenditures have been previously submitted to the council for the purposes of borrowing money, and whereas the mayor and council endeavor to find cost advantages methods for funding these expenditures that have the least burden on our taxpayers, whereas the borough has in excess of $1 million remaining in its settlement fund from the Ford Motor Company in relation to the Superfund site located in Ringwood, and whereas the borough received in excess of $600,000 from the American Rescue Plan that has yet to be earmarked for expenditure, now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council that the borough of Ringwood authorize the borough administrator to take the necessary action to fund improvements to the Ringwood Public Library and the purchasing of radio telecommunications equipment for the Ringwood Police Department from the settlement fund from the Ford Company. And be it further resolved by the mayor and the council that the borough of Ringwood authorize the borough administrator to utilize $500,000 of the American Rescue Plan funds to make improvements to the James Drive sewage plant, and be it further resolved that should the funds be reimbursed or actual cost of improvements and purchasing be less than projected, all remaining monies be restored to their respective accounts to reappropriation by the mayor and the council at a later date. You know, Deputy Mayor McCracken, at 2 meetings ago, Councilperson Landis brought forward a resolution that was sent at 4 o'clock the day before. I sent this in plenty of time for you all to take a look at it. You've been using the police as, and we had a woman crying the other day. The last meeting, she called in crying about not being able to have emergency services for her babies. This is something that's been going on since 2017, according to Chief McQuinty. He wrote to us and he told us that we've been having these radio issues since 2017. I think it's really sad that you would use the police and fear as a pawn in this game of funding these radio equipments. This is too important. You have the money. You've used it before to hire a public relations firm for the town. You've used it before to lower taxes during an election year. Use the money to get the police the equipment they need to serve this community. You won't even bring it to a vote. I think that's really sad. And I hate the fact that people are not hearing from us because you try to shut us down time and time again. Banker Tall brought up that you spent $10 million in bonding. Enough with the bonding. This is just not acceptable. We've had the Friary sell for $4.5 million. We've had people renovate their homes. Things have been going up in price. Properties values are soaring. And we raised taxes on all of the residents this year. Find a way to stay within the budget. And in addition, Mayor, I want to talk about the beautification of Ringwood. I saw finally we took down.
Are we on the motion, Councilwoman? I mean, it's that germane to the motion?
I had a motion, it was seconded, but you said we couldn't vote on it.
Yes, but what you're talking, okay, so, all right, so I just want to have the procedure straight. So there's a,
okay.
Oops, did I lose everybody?
No.
We can hear you, Dick.
All right, I lost the video. I don't know where it is.
Even Zoom is tired.
Can you, you could hear me?
Can you
We can
hear
and
us?
see you.
Yes.
Oh, you can't, all right, I can't see anything. I don't know what happened. All right.
But you can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, okay, there's a motion to table. I presume it's to the next meeting, is that correct?
I don't know when he wanted to table it.
To who made the motion, Council,
I
Deputy
made the
Mayor?
motion. We can table until next meeting after it goes through the proper channels and we can have some discussion.
Okay, all right, okay,
Second.
all right. Not to interrupt the councilwoman, but the motion that's on the table is the motion on the table is to table, excuse the redundancy there, okay? So if there should be a roll call on that, Mayor.
Okay, roll call.
Mayor Schaefer,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken,
Yes.
Council members Bolton,
No.
Peretti,
No.
Matty
Yes.
O'Keefe,
No.
Spear.
Yes.
Now, Ms. O'Keefe, you can continue as part of the council. Are you speaking as part of the council
Do we
discussions
have
at the
to,
end? Yes.
Attorney Klimek, do we have to vote on the resolution since we
No, it's
have
been
a motion?
tabled. It's been
Okay,
tabled, Councilwoman.
okay,
Yeah, but
okay.
you can continue speaking because this is part of the mayor and council section.
Okay, thank you. So my other thing is I saw the flags for the 100-year anniversary were finally taken down on Skyline Drive, which was great because they were faded to oblivion. And we've replaced them with new ones. I was sad to see that we didn't utilize the beautiful ones we had prior. I'm losing my voice, where we had the beautiful pictures of different locations in Ringwood. Also, I know next month we're having Clean Up Ringwood Day. Is that correct, Scott?
Yes.
I would like you to reach out to the sheriff to see if he could send up help to help with our county roads. Do we need a motion to do that, or can you just reach out to him?
Let me tell you something. He's been here and he's been doing the roads. Maybe it's an election year, I don't know, but he has started that program again and he has been here. And as a matter of fact, I think Mayor was out there this weekend with a whole group of residents picking up garbage. So I'll certainly reach out to him again, but he has, Jackie, my office has been very successful at getting him to come here and do a lot of cleaning.
Okay, so he has been up here. When was he up here?
Listen, it's 11 o'clock at night. I don't know the date, but he's been here several times over the summer.
Okay, great. Maybe he can join us again in October because there's still a lot of litter around. But, and can we form a committee for beautification of Ringwood? I mean, who selected those flags for Skyline Drive? Is there a committee? Do we have?
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to start with one of those answers. The flags on Skyline Drive were faded beyond recognition.
Right.
So I had my assistant order flags that we could get that fit that size, so we didn't have to take down all of those poles and banners and whatnot. So she ordered something that was appropriate because the flags were faded. Mind you, all of these beautification projects are not in the budget anymore since we seem to take the money out of the budget for all these other things. We can only do so much. But is there a committee?
Right.
I guess there's not a committee. When we need something, we reorder them through our public works.
Well, maybe we could form a committee.
We don't really listen to committees anymore, so I'm not sure what good that will be.
Okay, just a suggestion. I noticed that the flags didn't have the name of the borough on them, similar to other towns.
Because they were much cheaper to get standard pre-printed flags rather than have them individually. I think they were half price. When we start to put our names on it, you got to pay a lot more money for them. And I know that you're trying to be physically conservative, so I'm sure that makes you happy.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Is that it, Councilwoman O'Keefe?
Yes, that's all, Mayor Schaefer.
Thank you. Councilman Spear.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things responding to some of the things I heard this evening. Out of the Ford settlement money, yes, we did hire a public relations firm. We did that in 2017. At that time, or I think it was 2016. At that time, the whole settlement that the borough had reached with our insurance companies and the Ford Motor Company EPA was in danger and in jeopardy of being thrown out by a rather deceptive and petition drive that was eventually thrown out of court. So at that time, we had to protect this settlement that we received from that public attack. And we tried to get the proper information out there, the actual truth of the matter and all the original documents. And that's what we did with the money at that time. In 2019, when we went to lower the debt with that, we had two things, a confluence of two different things. One was that debt was able to be retired. It was in the window, at which point we can buy it out in full. And also we were set to have our consent decree all finalized. We were moving on the road to getting that done. That was in sight. If that consent decree gets approved, what it ultimately did do, but it took years, that reduces a bunch of our potential liability. The other side of the aisle took a lead role in petitioning the judge to try to throw out that consent decree. For whatever reasons you might have had, I think you just like to make trouble for these type of things. At this point now, with about $1.2 million left, and we're getting into construction, that is money that we should not be touching because we're about to get into construction. Yes, they'll say we have no liability. I don't necessarily trust that. I mean, I've been paying attention to this stuff since 2008, and I don't necessarily believe them. I'm not willing to believe them if not if we have $1.2 million in the bank that we can take care of whatever may come up. So that's where that's at. I think it's irresponsible right now to spend that 1.2 million. I'll note that if you look back in the minutes of 2019 when we initially proposed to spend that Ford settlement money, that a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle thought that was irresponsible to use that money in that form at that time. That was not true. You folks have never really understood the fiscal liabilities that are the borough is facing. You never seem to care, but we've been taking care of them all along, and we'll continue to do that. And any idea that wants to tap into that money for these improvements here that we've been talking about for years is just a non-starter in my eyes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Bolton.
Nothing for me tonight, Mayor.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Nothing for me tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilwoman Nadia Landis.
Thank you, Mayor. So here are some of my concerns with the resolution, Kathy, that you just were looking at. We had a financial plan that was created in a bipartisan committee that was abandoned without any hint or communication prior as to why. We've spent months with nobody coming up with anything better and nothing to remedy the issue. Yesterday, we received this resolution, which is completely different than a plan that took extensive time to create. Did this plan, this resolution that you're putting forth, did it include the borough manager? Did it include the CFO? Did it go through the finance committee? There's proper chains of command when you are conducting the business of the people. I emailed Councilman Bolton on September 16th at 10 a.m. and said to you, in quotes, Ryan, I hope this message finds you well. I'm reaching out to have a conversation about the bond ordinance since final passage is coming up for a vote. It is important for our community, in my opinion, and I wanted to make sure that conversation has taken place with you, the borough manager, anything to further this along so that we can come up to some sort of consensus and do the work of the community. And I even said so that we do not face the same issue as months ago. I received no response. I have serious concern about using the contingency fund as excavation begins in a month in Upper Ringwood. This resolution leaves the borough with no safety net to help our residents in the event of an emergency. The last time we undertook a project like that, it was significant money in sinkhole repairs. I will not leave Upper Ringwood in a position where there's an emergency and our contingency fund to assist was drained by items that were easily funded at a low interest rate with the original bond ordinance. It's interesting. I saw a quote today and it resonated with me. It said, "A true leader does what is right, no matter what others think." Ringwood has significant areas of challenge, and folks, those areas can only be addressed with serious leadership. Sometimes leaders have to make decisions based on legal advice and expert testimony that only council members are privy to. That is why it is critical to have leaders that have integrity and will make those tough decisions even when they may not be popular, because in the long run, they have the greater good in mind always. That is their guide and compass as they navigate rough seas. We are faced with certain realities here in this town, and as leaders, it is our job to develop plans to address our challenges. We're bound by Highlands regulations. We need to ensure environmental responsibility. We have an affordable housing mandate. We have a serious need for sustainable economic development. When the borough was given the original affordable housing numbers, we took a hardline stance and said this is not okay. We took Fair Share to court, working to reduce the number by over 80%. Why? Because we are also residents and love our town. We are committed to preserving what we love about Ringwood, while also recognizing certain realities must be addressed, such as a failing town center and a fair share mandate. We have always and will continue to act in the best interest of our town at all times. We created a plan because without one, Ringwood is not protected. That is what leaders do. They make tough decisions that are not always popular when they're given the hard and difficult facts. As far as the bond ordinance, I've expressed my frustration in length. Nelson Mandela said, "The day I'm afraid to risk my future as a leader is the day I am no longer fit to lead." It seems that some people are so busy protecting their jobs that they are forgetting to actually do their jobs, and the community deserves better. That's all I have for this evening. Please be safe, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your week.
Councilman Ferretti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to go politicking, quoting people, trying to argue over things we've beaten dead horses, and we presented a plan to move forward most quickly, I believe, with I understand with going through the proper sources, it should be seen by, everybody and approved, but the James Drive or the Ringwood Acres treatment plant needs to be addressed in full. Anybody who says that I'm against Skyline Lake or environmental issues is mistaken. I am most concerned with the groundwater infiltration. I understand they changed the zinc and copper levels that they require, and so we need to do a certain amount of refurbishing or replacing on the system. That 1.5 million or 900,000, I'm not clear on how far we got the numbers down, since not being willing to bond for the full 3.3, it's more than $3.3 million, does not address the groundwater infiltration. We've had our borough manager bring up for multiple meetings the 3,000, I believe he said 3,000 gallons of sewage, raw sewage that was on the ground next to the brook because of one rainstorm. And the rainstorms get more extreme more often, it seems. And so it's not going to go away. And that's a significantly more serious issue that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Does the other issue with the copper and zinc need to be addressed as soon as possible? Absolutely. But we need to know how much it's going to cost, or at least an estimate, and start thinking about how we're going to work that into the payments on paying for the groundwater infiltration issues. I look forward to hearing how we can move forward with that at the next meeting. If you could please bring us some information relative to that, because I would like to see that addressed when we go bonding for that treatment plant. It is just unbelievable to me that we're going to go get a loan for that much money to fix that plant and not be addressing that, which is clearly the most pressing issue environmentally. And it's, yeah, my gosh, here we are in Ringwood, surrounded by raw nature. I mean, that's why we're all here. So let's respect it, not just the regulations. That's really what I have. Stay safe out there, people. You know, we have the schools open. Seems like everything's going well. You hear about people getting COVID even though they got the vaccine. Be careful, be safe, and I look forward to seeing you next month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, have all the council members spoken?
Yes, except for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you're done, can I address that? Because I have to.
Go ahead and address it now, and then I'll.
Councilman Ferretti, for you to suggest that we haven't given you any information about this is absurd. We have talked about this while you were on the Finance Committee. We have given you estimates. We have given you detailed breakdowns. It's been in the budget request from the engineer for years. And so for you to think that we're not, part of the bond is not part of taking care of the groundwater infiltration, I'm not sure where you've been, because it is taking care of the groundwater infiltration. That's why we have this money. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take you.
I asked directly. Last meeting, I asked you directly if this addresses that.
Excuse me. I told you that the 500 and some thousand is for the zinc and copper. The rest of the money is for the groundwater infiltration. It's in all the documents I sent you. It's in, I sent you probably 30 documents. You asked for all of this stuff. I read all of you. It's been part of the committee, and it's right in the engineer's reports. It's in everything that you received and everything we've talked about for 2 years. So I'm going to take you through these numbers. I got this plan today because the plan, it's not even a plan. I got this resolution today because unfortunately, when Councilwoman O'Keefe sent it, I had to get permissions to be able to access it. So I had to call Nicole, please see if you can scan it, because I didn't get permissions from anybody. So therefore I couldn't open it. So Nicole scanned it and got it to me, and I looked at it today, and I talked about the CFO with it. You were talking about $3.3 million. First of all, the bond is for $3,075,000 that we have proposed. And so let me go through. I know, Debbie, you have your own numbers that you did based upon the bonds, which talks about the numbers, but I'm going to go through the funding based upon the resolution that I got today. So it was suggested that we use the Ford Reserve $1 million. It was suggested that we use $500,000 from the American Rescue Plan for a total of $1,500,000. The library, when you subtract out the money that's in the reserve at the library, we need $335,133. And that's with no contingency, folks. That's actual raw costs. I pray to God we can bring it in for that. I doubt it. That leaves $1,164,867 and no cents. The police radios that everybody seems to all of a sudden want to take care of, $750,000. When we subtract that dollar amount, it's $414,867 and no cents. Again, that's from an estimate from August of 20. Do I think it's going to be $750,000 at this point? I doubt it. James Drive treatment plant, zinc and copper. We talked about it. It was approximately $800,000. I've been negotiating. I got it down again, no contingency, to $590,000. That puts these projects in a negative $175,405. Then you want to talk about the infiltration investigation. You guys all have the report. To do the investigation for the infiltration in the streets, to find out, to camera all the lines, to do all the laterals, to do all we have to do, that's $185,500. Now we're negative $360,905 and no cents. Then if you want to actually repair what you learned, which is what's in the original bond amount, it's estimated, of course, we don't know because we haven't done the study to figure out where the leaks are. It's estimated to be between $500,000 and $750,000. If you use the low number, the plan that was, or the resolution that was presented tonight, for the things that were talked about in that plan, the library, the police radios, and the James Drive plant that's so important, were negative $160,000 to do these projects. Now, I'm hoping no one's suggesting I take that $1.5 million and put it on black or red in Atlantic City, because I can't make $202,360,905 out of 1.5 millions, no matter how hard I try. So I'm a little frustrated because to be suggesting that we don't know all of this when you have all these documents and we've been going through this for so long is crazy. Not to mention earlier tonight, I talked about projects that are unfunded because we've moved money around in the amount of $133,650 that are mandatory to be done. And nobody suggested how we're going to fix those things. And it has to be done, folks. Listen, we're borrowing money at less than 2%. Again, I talked about earlier, the infiltration has to get fixed, separate and apart from the plant. We need to fix the plant as well because we're under orders by the DEP and the EPA. We're under orders, notice of violations, like the whole 9 yards. You guys want to argue that James Drive has to pay for this because you believe I sent you all the documents based upon the minutes. You know what the responsibilities are back from the settlement in 1993. If you want to take people to court and adjudicate how you want to pay for it down the road, fine. In the meantime, we need to fund the projects. You can't say, you know what, I'm going to give you $1.5 million. See if you can figure out how to pay for that $2.3 million with the $1.5 million. It doesn't work. Not to mention there's $100 and some thousand here that's just not getting addressed. We kind of all glanced over that. I feel bad for the people over in Painted Forest. They get down the street. They've been going that way for 20 years. They got to turn around and go the other way because there's this massive hole in the middle of the road in Jersey barriers. Please come to terms on a solution. We need to get this stuff funded. And so I wasn't going to say anything, but to suggest that get us the information, I take issue with that. I mean, Deb, am I correct, or you're muted?
Scott, I asked last meeting, I apologize if I misunderstood something, but I thought I directly asked you if this still addresses the groundwater infiltration or if that just addresses the change in copper and zinc. And the answer that I remember receiving was that no, it does not address that.
No,
that's where
it does address it.
That's why I'm saying we got to find out how much more it's going to be to address that. When I understand the plans, whether it counts that in is another story. Where are we paying for it?
At the last meeting, I subdivided the projects. I said, we keep talking about all this money for James Drive. And I said, that's not accurate. James Drive treatment plant needs an upgrade. And I brought that down to $590,000. That doesn't address the James Drive treatment plant. The other money addressed the James Drive treatment plant in the bond. So
separate them.
I did separate them. I laid it out for you guys.
That plan should be on its own. Councilman Bolton had requested in your committee that you put it separate.
He did
and
not
put it in with the police. I don't want to argue. It's
11:30
at night.
He did not suggest that.
It should be separate. And also the state will be giving billions of dollars for the infrastructure plan. That would probably be covered under it. Let's move on.
Well, I'd love
We're
to.
going to be receiving 1.2 million. That will not cover the cost to repair the James Drive sewer plant.
Well, why don't we make the James Drive sewer plant separate from the library and the police radio? Throwing it all in together doesn't make any sense when we have the money to take care of the police radio. Do it now and put that in a separate.
So let me ask this question. Can I ask a straw poll, Mayor?
It's 11:30 at night.
Can I ask a straw poll, Mayor?
Yes.
Does everybody on this council support the projects that were listed in the bond? Can we get a straw poll? I'd like to hear their voices.
No, it's 11:30 at night.
Kathy O'Keefe, we got on council to do what's best for the residents of Ringwood. I've been at meetings till 3:30 in the morning because I care about our town. So I'm not looking at my watch. So yes, we're going to have a straw poll.
Councilman Ferretti, I support the projects.
Can I have
We're just going, library,
All the
police
projects
radios.
listed.
All the projects.
Mayor, would you just
Not-
like me to do a roll call? Kind of
Oh, it's
unofficially?
I've never done a straw poll in the 4 years, so
yeah.
little disoriented. Not sure about the paving and James Drive not as it's structured. And I know we keep talking about putting it in place and then sorting it out afterwards. That feels pretty uncomfortable since it's written into the bond how it gets paid for.
I support all the projects.
I support all the projects.
Bracken, I support all the projects.
Spear supports them all.
I agree with Councilman Bolton.
All right, Mr. Heck, are you finished?
Mayor, I have nothing else.
I have a few things. I'm looking at my watch. Yes, it's 11:30, but I feel the things I have to say are just as important as everyone else. The resolution that Councilwoman O'Keefe read, I just have one concern. Whereas the borough received in excess of $600,000 from the American Rescue Plan has yet to be earmarked for expenditure. The guidelines are not finalized yet. So how do we even know that we can use that money? So why that's even in there? We don't even know if that money can, that's my concern on that. I want to give a shout out, and I know many people have, many organizations have cleaned up the roads in Ringwood, even our county roads. But I want to give a shout out and thanks to some of Stonetown residents who have been cleaning up the roads of debris the last few months, such as Snake Den Road, Stonetown Road, and this past Sunday, 511, from Westbrook by the Rock to almost Skyline Drive on 511. And some of these people that live on Snake Den Road are Wanacue residents. So they're Greg and Ellen Lake, Kristen and Casey Pot Devon, Carolyn and Derek Turner, Joan Sohn, and Terry Rocco Baselli. Thank you all for caring for Ringwood. It's too bad everyone doesn't feel the same as they throw their garbage out the window of cars onto our roads. So thank you for helping to make Ringwood look respectable. I'd also like to talk about the problem we've had over the summer with rattlesnakes. Some residents have had the misfortune of their beloved pets, preferably dogs, being bitten and some on their own property. Unfortunately, the animal hospitals in Chilton or Valley do not keep the anti-venom on hand. The reason being it has a short shelf life and is extremely expensive. Mr. Heck has reached out to Chilton, and I've reached out to several animal hospitals in the area, and so have many residents. They do not have it available. I did call Assemblyman Robert Orth and Senator Holly Schepisi asking for their assistance. They'll see what they can find out. I have a friend who's involved with the venomous snake response team. She called them and they're aware of the problems in the Upper Lake View area. The problem is that rattlesnakes are on the endangered species list, so they cannot move them. They can only move them a certain distance. They can't kill them. This person was told that the anti-venom only lasts less than a year. I thought it only lasts 6 months. And it costs close to $1,000. I thought it was a lot less than that. The person she spoke with said this has been the worst year, and it's when the males are looking for females to mate, or they're hungry and looking for food. But I'm still looking into the situation because I don't want to see any of our residents be bitten or for them to lose their animal, which is a part of their family. So I just want everyone to know that I have been on top of this and I am looking into it. Also, the Ringwood Ambulance Auxiliary is holding a Fish and Chips fundraiser this Thursday, September 23rd, at the ambulance building on Alta Vista Drive. Takeout only from 5 to 7 p.m. The tickets are $15 each, including dessert. For tickets, you can call 973-962-7978 or 973-962-9744. The Ringwood Library will be having a Fish and Chips fundraiser on October 14th, also done by Tastefully British. Takeout only at the library between 5 and 7. For tickets, you can call 516-532-4847 or 973-951-7603. Or you can go to the library and purchase tickets at the library. Dan Parker has tickets there at the library. So thanks. And if I can have a motion to adjourn,
I'll make that motion. Motion to adjourn.
I have a second.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Schaefer?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McCracken?
Yes.
Council members Bolton?
Yes.
Ferretti?
Yes.
Matty Landis?
Yes.
O'Keefe?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Thank you and good night. Be safe.
Good night, everybody. Be
Good
safe.
night.
Good night.